Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? What I'd really appreciate from futures is another fake out. Futures is moving to test 40-30 again for the mm, roughly third time since this morning. Well, since yesterday. Uh I guess we'll see if it if it fails. It might. GME finna bus. GME looks okay. Decent pre-market volume. Not too much liquidity found. Uh Actually, peak liquidity was already realized in the pre-market back here. So that's also probably a good sign. Arbitrage is skewed negative still. Hey Ghork, are my $10 covered calls safe? Probably not. You ready to chop up and down 50 BPS until Friday? Yep. Are all my 40 CCs safe? I don't know. Probably. Jay first was sus when you asked him about GME and he went quiet. He was talking in the Discord about maybe this volume we were seeing was a share offering, and that's why the 10K is delayed. Without an announcement at the shareholders meeting? That would be highly suspicious. Also, how much of the volume? I think they only have a standing shelf of 4 million shares. I'm eating a chop salad in honor of this week. Nice. SPX chopping is where the money gets made. It can be. Been gone for a while. Had to come back and ask if my 35cc were safe. Probably, yeah. I mean, they're significantly beyond the current expected range, so I wouldn't worry about them too much. I mean, obviously, you didn't get the best price on them, but what are you gonna do? Hmm. Hmm. Futures kind of not looking so hot. And is NASDAQ failing the test? Hold up. Video dropping like the fat bag it is. Ooh, exciting. Ding ding. see here. Pretty volatile. Futures catching a little bit of a bid. Not looking great. Pullback on GME is very minimal. Can someone give me the TLDR on the Sunday stream? Started, but I had to take my mom to the ER. I'm sorry to hear that. We mostly went over like macro stuff. And you know, we were kind of discussing the potential for GME for a little bit. Nothing you can't revisit when you get time. GME's T+2 today, but I'm sure you already know that. Excuse me, there is red in my account. Oh shit. How do you plan on addressing that problem? SPX kind of choppy. A little bit. Our futures are having a tough time breaking to the upside of this resistance. Even with the interest coming in, it looks moderately weak on its retest. I don't think it's going to have a lot of volume. You know, it's surprising. There's quite a bit of call interest that came in to the upside, but for zero DT is pretty flat. Not a lot of zero DT interest today. I would say one of the lower days recently. All right, there's the test of outer deviation. I move this up a little. I'll probably move this up to like 45, right? Her volume kind of drying up here on Jamie. Upstart too a little bit. I should pop VIX open. Okay, VIX still driving down. Back under 21.25, which is significant. There's the failure. Another one of these, or do I want to wait? That was a pretty big failure. Jesus. Hard rejection at the weighted VWAP there. Huh. Pretty hard rejection indeed. What did you say? I can't hear you. I like the theory yesterday that VIX is stagnant because people are staying in cash. Well, it can cause VIX to stagnate. I wouldn't say that VIX is very stagnant right now. But well, yeah, less participation means slower moves. Turn down the computer noises. Where? Oh, nice. Diablo 4 was kind of cool. I played it a little bit this weekend. I want 405 0 DTE. Not yet, right? List to fail. Man, I really want that gap to fill. Let's see. Oh god, Dork, the option train's gone all wonky. There we go, that's better. 40, 30, 40, 50. Hmm. Ooh. Futures are failing pretty hard. Back to 40, 20. NASDAQ red on the day now. Interesting. It's moving back up in a fairly significant fashion there. Nope. Jesus, I failed too. Oh, that doesn't look very bullish at all. Gap fill? Maybe. Yeah, possible. There's, I think, some profit taking on the call side after the gap up. We'll see. If futures breaks below 40.17, that's kind of a big deal. Opera down? As far as I know. Another test. Pretty volatile, but it's not. Hold on. All right. I know. Thoughts on Vorb? From potentially bankrupt to huge cash injection from a billionaire that is desperate to go into space. Sounds like a penny stock. I know I'm fed up with this market. Maybe I'm not the only one ready to cry, fuck this, more puts. Probably not. Interesting. The gamma float points at 39.87. Ooh. Yeah, some call side capitulation at 39.85, 39.95, but zero DT calls are definitely coming in. Put a stop on these. Stop. What, 1250? Hmm. 39.60. 329. If this fails, 4,000. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of how this is gonna play out. All right. UBS Nvidia a buy, price target 315. Fuck this, sell covered calls. That's one way of thinking about it. I think this breaks, yeah, up. All right, futures just broke through resistance at 430 or 40.30. I don't know how much momentum they have, but maybe we see a test of like 40.40 here as this pushes up. 100% nailed it on the penny stock call. I figured as much. Had a banker in my office who works at Morgan Stanley. He's in the process of pulling all his money out of there and into Chase, including all his loans. I thought that might be interesting. It is interesting. Would you say he's a conspiratorial person? Reviewing in a tank soon? Maybe. If we break up, though, here, where does SPX go next? Up towards 40.30. I think there's enough call interest on the chain that we could see 40.30, maybe even 40.50 in the early part of this week. 40.50 might be a stretch for today, but Jimmy options still not working at IBKR? That's odd. I haven't had a similar experience. Ghost of Unidan, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. It's gonna go below 21 here. Yeah, I think VIX below 21 and we start moving up in a pretty convincing fashion. Which point? Yeah, these get closed, right? Sorry, I'm trying to just confirm which way this is going to break at resistance here. Options data is messed up on IBKR, not just for Gmail. I contacted support. They're aware of it and waiting for their devs to fix it. Okay. I swear to God, if my NVIDIA 519 265 puts don't go in the money by then, I'm overclocking so my GPU starts a fire. I could buy the options in IBKR, but it's displaying the wrong price. Huh. What's the oldest Tinder thought you've wined and dined? I have no idea. I learned yesterday Ghork doesn't hear songs when he plays them. Sometimes I do. For today's 2+2 action, do they have to use dark pools so the orders can hit the lit exchange at any point in the day? Yeah, they can use dark pools so the orders can hit the exchange at any point during the day. Generally in the earlier part of the day. For today's 2+2 action, no chance for a gap fill today. Not, at least not immediately. It's getting close to under 21. About 25C for Friday market on IBKR, flying blind like a true regard. Nice. When you look for CSP opportunities, do you try to target stocks that have had an IV pump? From what I've learned, one second. All right. For you, you'd be less at risk for assignment with lots of theta to play the IV crash. It's nice if there's elevated implied volatility. Uh, Not always the case. Generally, I either look for that or put skew. Usually, you don't see elevated volatility when selling CSPs unless it's like post earnings or something like that, and the stock tanked. It's early. The man's a financial advisor who makes 16K a month, so probably, maybe. I don't know why he'd have all of his money with his employer in the first place, but Nvidia hitting 300 before 265. What's Nvidia doing today? Retesting 270. Maybe. I don't think it's gonna hit 300. Wow, Nasdaq bounced back really hard. Interesting. 3980 for tomorrow, particularly. Ooh, sorry. Mm, Failing 3990 is kind of a big deal here. Ooh, 80. Ooh. At the 1 minute. Well, we fell back below support again on ES. So it broke out and then failed. I think it continues to fail here, possibly. This might be a good time to cut the 40-10. A little too far out of the money. See if this gets any kind of meaningful bounce. All right. What's the oldest? I already answered that by not. Mind putting cat on the bottom right? Yeah, sure. Cat's doing pretty okay this morning. Looks like Dow's doing all right today. Pretty stable. I expect a little more sector shift to occur. Yeah, right now Dow's outperforming Nasdaq and S&P. But I'd be cautious. We just failed that. That's kind of a big deal. Still more room to the downside here. Quite a bit more room. Looks like we're gonna retest that 4017 level, 4020, 4017. So that's gonna probably bring us around like 3985-ish. Why is Jimmy dropping so hard? The market's dropping. What is Jimmy doing? Not a fucking lot. Liquidity's getting burned up a little bit on it in the intraday, but there's still some left from what they got this morning. Volume's a little more muted, but arbitrage is still very negative. So arbitrage is currently not resolving from over the weekend. Could be an effort to short and get those underwater sold calls closed up. Possible head and shoulders on S&P? Maybe. We'll see. The breakdown back below VWAP there is not great for it. We'll see if it even gets enough momentum to retest. It might. It's definitely starting to look a little more bearish. But I don't know if that just means we gap fill and then bounce right back up. Put interest isn't too crazy on the downside right now. 3090 specifically, where the gamma flip point is quite weak on the put side. Below that, pretty heavy all the way down to like 3950. The call side though, pretty strong across the board. I guess they could be sold, which is something that we have to consider. I do know that some came in above like Friday's gamma flip point that were sold, but I'm pretty sure those were all 0 DTEs. And it looks like the net change is very positive. Lots of puts. I wonder if VIX is low enough here for more puts to accumulate. 421 still looks really bearish. I guess it's going to depend which way this breaks. Let me readjust this so it's more in line with the current pricing. That's how it feels to me on Jimmy, like an early scare tactic, not to be too tinfoil. Well, I mean, they aren't dropping it very hard. Most of it seems to be in line with the like drops in the index. So they're taking advantage of the downside of the index, but I don't know how long the downside on the index is going to last here. to be perfectly honest. Um, I think there'd be a concentrated effort to get VIX back to 20 or below 20 in the early part of this week. Do you think your SPX April 21 3850p will go in the money before expiry? Yes, that's why I bought them. Well, they don't need to go in the money, but they're profitable below 39.20. If we test 40.30 again, I plan on getting more of them. My job didn't pay me for 96 hours of work that I've done. I have to go to Ispettorato del Lavoro and pretty much sue my employer to get my money. I hate working in Italy. Fuck, that sucks. Outflow diagram on NYSE is going off a cliff into the negative. Yeah, people are selling equities. At least you get to eat tasty pasta and pizza every day, right? Italy has a lot of economic issues. Thoughts on DDS getting slammed the last few weeks? They have a dividend coming up. I'm well aware. It's not quite at the price where I like to buy it, but it's getting pretty close. Don't worry, I have my automated trading view TA patterns. PT 3920 for ES. You know, I don't think you're entirely wrong. It's moderately close. Let's see. Volatility's kind of calming down a little bit here. Bix is being a wonky bitch though. I don't know how much incentive there is to fill that gap. There's definitely some positioning there. 3965 doesn't feel as far out of reach. That would be what, the bottom, close to the bottom. 3965 retest would be kind of like here. 3980 on futures. It's still a 40-point drop though. Hustle up. Okay. Oops, sorry. Yeah, this looks moderately bearish. At least initially. ES is really struggling to clear the 40-30 resistance, and it seems a little soft at the 40-20, so I wouldn't be surprised if 40-20 breaks down here. I don't know if that'll put us back at 3965, but it could. Although that does put us back below the gamma flip point also, which is interesting because that's going to cause VIX to spike again. How about that HSI roller coaster last night? Dude, HSI is always like that. I would love to fucking overnight straddle that thing. Yeah, no problem, Mr. Madman. Perfect. Have you ever eaten the restaurant where a rat is the chef? I heard it's pretty good. You know that's a cartoon, Kendra. 71K buy wall on Jimmy, 70K bid on Jimmy at 2015. Well, that seems a bit low. Do you plan to roll out your April out of the money NVIDIA puts into May or June's? What April puts do I have still? 220s, 230s. Probably not until next week. Or I'll wait for SLD. Probably next week though. We'll see how NVIDIA continues to react. I might average them down a little more today. That's something you can overnight straddle. What is it? Was that a penis joke? You've never been ratatouille'd? No. Jamie LOD, same time options back on IBKR. Crime incidents? Or just an error that's now fixed? Don't worry, I've been buying in the money calls on Jamie all morning. Thanks for supporting the price action, Mr. Gold. How did your fantasy baseball draft go? I've no, is that a thing? Like fantasy baseball? What's an eggplant? As you teach me your recipe. Ah. No error, only crime. 1,200 people watching, 300 likes. Show Ghork some love and smash the like button. Thanks, Breton. You should see where they stuffed the bats. Wait, are you talking about baseball still? I keep selling CCs and buying calls because I can't make up my mind. Okay. You know we're going to $30 today, GME? Not yet, it's not. God, I hate this shit. Fucking choppy market with no direction. Maybe it's finally starting to turn around here. That's like the restaurant at the end of the universe from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So the food the rat chef is making uses meat from its own body. What the fuck? Ghork, my bracket looks like my portfolio, which looks like my bank account. Life is about consistency. I'll get you a pallet of tissues. What's the short-term downside? 1 month or so. PT for GME. Hmm. Yeah, I honestly don't think that's changed all that much. Probably still 17 to like 1720 to 1550. Especially if we don't get a higher break. Well, all my wife heard is I want to overnight straddle that thing, and she said, "Cat lady on stream, why does 12,000 C put say 100? It's also listed as non-standard because of how much theta it has. I have no idea. Gork is like a Wyckoff. Is life a Wyckoff? You could say that reasonably. Yeah, you could probably save yourself a lot of trouble if you wrote down like a daily update on what you're thinking about GME and the market in general. You could post it on Reddit. You son of a bitch. WMT Insider selling a lot of Waltons. Looks like 1.123 billion from 313 to 324. Hmm. Pigeon whales assemble. What's up, Claw Range? Is Jimmy expected T plus 2 action today? Today would be the day where it would have that, yes. What kind of IV would require for those? Or well, today be the last day for it to have that. What kind of IV would require for this 12K SPX to become profitable? Crash scenario, 35%? Yeah. Yeah, IV has to move up massively for them to do anything. Or the market has to go above like 6,000 before the end of this year. What an awful fucking morning. Futures tried to do a thing there. 39.90 seems like a strong support. That's 3 bounces. Yeah, but you know, 39.95 seems like a strong resistance. That's 4 rejections. Jimmy IV going up or down? It's dropped a little since market open. I'm going to lose all my money going short on Nvidia, and honestly, I'm okay with that. Oh, there's the failure. Fun. Welcome back, Vix. We missed you. I kind of want to cut the call. That was a lot. Maybe it's just a stop loss hunt. Oh, no, futures broke down below 4017 too. Maybe the market has picked a direction here. Yep. Puts are still pricing up. VIX is still moving up. Bounce. I guess I can wait it out. Okay, so it still has some room that I can break down. Getting 230, 2136. Okay. Or is it? What the fuck? This is I know why this is driving you nuts, Doric. I feel for you. Don't you think this is just more put buying? We've been crimed on Jimmy, same like MMTLP FINRA fraud. No. I watched you at 2x to catch up this morning. Hearing the transition from fast to normal Ghork was jarring. You sound like you're in slow-mo now. How can I 2x you in real time? Cocaine? Either that or selling? Hmm. Okay. Well, that would suck. Bonds de Leon. Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats. Thank you, Garvin Zadanv. I appreciate it. Did it ever happen on GME that we run 35 to 50% and then basically sideways trading? I understand big ups and big down, but what is this garbage? The only other time this ever happened where like price action ooh, hold on. The only other time this happened where price action kind of went up and stayed up was like before the split. But that was because retail was like going balls deep on options. And the call side of the chain stayed stacked for like 3 months. MTLP FINRA fraud. Tell Houston we said hello. Oh, Jesus. I think he was being sarcastic. I hope. Have you ever stopped to consider that the reason we're seeing the things that we are seeing is due to the incredible fact that what happens when it does happen is indeed what it is? Yes, I have stopped and considered that many times. I was to average my SPY puts down a little and I accidentally doubled down. Here's to hoping the bounce isn't a big. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, I was hoping that the test of the resistance this morning would have resolved itself at some point. It didn't. Well, it did very briefly right here when we broke out. But this has been like this chop has been going on futures since last night. Like futures ran really hard out of the gate to right around this level, and then kind of haven't done fuck all since. Will futures ever price in no rate cuts in 2023? Someday. Next data point gonna do it or not? Because ES is being used to pump the market and force put capitulation. Much love. I mean, it's not just ES that's used to pump the market. It's a combination of ES and you know, 0DT calls on SPX. But I kind of said this last night. One has to wonder at this point, especially after the Fed has basically said there's no fucking chance in hell that we're going to do any rate cuts this year. That they're just pricing in a crash. And the effects of that. Like they're pricing in like a crash and a recovery. Because that's the only way I see, like a hard landing is the only way I see the Fed moving forward with rate cuts into the end of this year. Is we would need a hard landing in like the next couple months, and then the Fed could have a reason to pull back their rates. Netflix keeps slapping 33 335 win puts. Probably soon. I'm gonna pick some up. Netflix doesn't seem to give a fuck about the index right now, which is kind of what I thought. There's still like a little OPEC shit going on here, so I wouldn't. I don't feel the need to rush into this. The market's been mostly down since open, and Netflix is still just running. I would probably be patient. This isn't really in my target range yet either. I think I was looking for puts between. Yeah, well, it's close. It's like, I guess it's kind of in the middle. Maybe this is a good time to get the further dated ones. $300. Fuck, those are expensive. Did Netflix just break up again? Yeah, I'll just wait, I guess. Gotta fucking buy puts while it's going up. Netflix, negative beta. With FCNCA, First Citizens buying SVB and the stock being up about 50% today, do you think it would be risky playing 30-ish day puts? I feel like there should be some pullback to this big rise. I mean, sure, but at least try to confirm that the top's in instead of just getting them on the day it runs when it could continue running for a few more days, right? I kind of don't like how we're stair-stepping down here and not losing any significant ground. But futures is now like 2-3 ticks below 4017. A 5-minute candle closes below resistance. That might be pretty significant here. I'd like to see it close a bit lower than that, but it's definitely losing some ground. I don't think the trend is slowing. If anything, it might be picking up more momentum to the downside here. So yeah, maybe retest. So retest 4,000. If it fails there, 3980. Jesus, that'd be a steep drop. Let me see how positioning is looking for the 0 DTs, because we're getting really close to failing the gamma flip point here. Which means the market maker will start selling into the downward price action. We bounced off it before, but now I think we're gonna fail it. 3982.50. What's it on the 0 GTs? 3987.50. So we're already kind of below. Yeah. I think so. If this breaks down, I think we're gonna fill the gap. Is it possible for the negative arbitrage still there to not happen? Is there a strict timeline for settling it? There's a pretty strict timeline for settling it. We don't know where the majority of liquidity came from. Since the ETFs didn't realize any pullback in their liquidity, it's likely that the liquidity came from the DMM. The DMM technically has T plus 2 plus 2 to settle. But generally, historically, we've only ever seen it settle on T2. Like in March, for instance. I wouldn't expect there to be an additional day of waiting. Wednesday is the ETF, like the AP settlement. Their period's T plus 3 plus 2. Kind of a personal question. How long did you trade before actually earning money consistently? I mean, I paper traded for like a couple years before I ever started to like commit real money. I would say about maybe a year and a half into that, I started to get more consistent. By the time I started trading real money, at least the strategies I was using at the time were pretty consistent. I definitely made sure that I was very consistent before I made it my full-time job. SPY's at 397. Arbitrage with SPX is increasing. Man, I was really hoping for GME today. GME is not, well, today's not over, and the SPY can bounce back after it fills this gap. Very well may bounce back after it fills this gap. $80. Kind of want to be down here, I think. If Jimmy does nothing for today, is the play probably dead for now? I mean, I'll definitely pull back exposure. I'll probably start selling some covered calls. I'll wait through Wednesday to sell the rest. But yeah, I think if I don't see any movement by the end of day today, I'll probably start moving into some like out of the money covered call positions while price is still up a little bit. Pickle Jar's hype about X2. Pick up some X3. Value of X goes from 100 to 90, 130, 160 in only a few days. Never realized gains or reposition. Ghork, I don't know why people are sad I made money. If Jimmy does nothing today, is the play probably dead for now? Still thinking this is just sold calls trying to get out on Jimmy before T+2 orders filled, or just hopium? We'll see. I mean, we're not dropping very rapidly. So there's at least some resistance to the downside. Although the market dropping into GameStop's price means that they can net out any internalized order flow, and that's never a good thing. So the longer we drag, the more they can net off, which means the less they'll have to cover all at once. Few things are more annoying than people begin speculating what crash potential one will be most like. The obsession with negative market moves is so weird to me. I mean, I don't really like being bearish very much, but it's hard to deny that things don't look good right now. See, this kind of shit makes me think they're netting off obligations. Like, why the fuck are we moving up on SPY downticks? Oh, there goes gamma, the gamma flip point. Both the intraday and the long term are now crossed. So looks like we're gap filling. Gap goes down to 39.71. I don't think there's. I guess there's another one at 39.50. It's really small though. I don't think that's really pertinent. God, that took a long time to fucking break down. Hey Gurk, is Rev dead since old girl sold all her shares? Or are we still buying the dip? Thanks. I think it might be dead, right? Because the fucking CEO sold all her shares. That's never a good sign. I still have mine, which, if I mean, I don't know. I kind of just wrote off the idea of ever making anything off of it. But watch Gap Gill to 3600, filling Jimmy D's gap. Gap fill to 3600. We're not gonna drop to 3600. Not with the positioning we have today. Okay, let me just stay back down here. A reversal? Almost. Hold on. No, that still looks like shit. Still looks like shit. When selling CCs on Jumia, if no run, or even once the run happens, I want to sell them for above the current price while the price is still rising. Ideally. That's when IV will be higher. What the fuck are you on about, Bipolar Bear? Jumia's just trading slightly down from where it rose to on Friday. Relax. Imagine not being able to wait an hour past open for price action because you're an impatient fuck. I don't care if you're mad. Shut the fuck up and be patient, or find somewhere else to spend your days. I swear some people like the verbal beatdown. I think they do, and I don't particularly like having to do it. Time him out for a week. I can't time him out from the YouTube for a week. We could ban him from the YouTube. But he usually gets himself shadow banned pretty quickly. I haven't needed to yet. Oop. Well, it tried to reverse. That wasn't successful. Vic's gonna push back up to 22? Jesus Christ. This is a hard one to wait out. Look how good Jimmy's doing, even though the market's dropping, because they're netting off all their obligations while the price is low. Dude, these fucking rejections are so goddamn violent. Someone's not letting their puts close out of the money, dork. I told you many times, you need to ban them before they lay eggs. I know. Should a bipolar bear be doing taxes or something as a CPA? Maybe he's not good at that either. I don't know. Like, he's supposed to be a CPA, but he spends his entire day in here. The really bullish times are when everyone is bearish in the chat, like now. It's best to just ignore chat's sentiment and feelings. They're almost always wrong. The nice thing about shadow bans is that if you type shadow ban in the chat to see if you're shadow banned, that message always goes through. That was ridiculous. It stops in the money on Futes and it gapped me by 2 points. Jesus. 2 points? Yeah, that was a really violent rejection. I'm not gonna lie. Jimmy on the rise with IV up. Can you sell cash secured calls? More profitable than buying puts. You can do both. They're not cash secured. They're covered, but they're collateralized against your shareholding, not against cash for calls. Unless you're selling them naked against margin. This is the part of T plus 2 where we're supposed to be irrationally angry. I mean, Jimmy already ran like a motherfucker last week. Why is this the part that everyone wants to, like, the super uncertain follow-up move That's where everyone wants to try to make their money. I can be mad, I can be impatient, I can be glad, I can be bi, I can even try, I can be spiteful, I can be fucked, I can be lameful, and anything at all. Beautifully written, Seacraft. Thank you so much. Nice. Now they've picked off my stops just before those hard rejections. Yeah, I'd be careful with too tight of stops right now. So far, I've dodged a couple hunts now on these 3980 puts. I wanted to break down so I can close out the rest of my short side straddle, but I don't think it'll break down enough. If bipolar is a CPA, then I'm Warren Buffett. Huh. I mean, I haven't seen you do a lot besides buy and hold, Daniel Supreme. You could be. Someone expected every bank to fail this weekend and loaded tons of puts. We had a slow grind up Friday. Makes sense to have a slow grind to fill this gap today. You think the gap would just fill in a little bit faster? I mean, I don't know what call interest is supporting this range at all. Just people buying the downticks on futures, but yeah, the call interest down here isn't very strong. I'm pretty sure gamma's basically flipped negative, so the momentum of the hedge is only gonna pick up steam as we continue to drop. The zero DT hedge is positive, but you mentioned in JFresh's hot tub that Jamie would rug pull everyone this week. When do you think they would do that? By Wednesday, Thursday? Because their collar expires the 31st, correct? It's not that they're going to rug pull everyone. It's just that as their position decays, they hedge with long ES, right? And as it moves into the roll, they start selling off their futures, right? And that's kind of how the JPM collar is like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Um, it'll almost always in an illiquid market, it'll almost always close below the collar, and they shouldn't have to reposition. Especially if it's below the collar going into expiration, because then they're gonna start dumping their hedge, ensuring that the prices remain flat or go down. Look at Jimmy. It's doing awesome. Is GameStop, Dork, do you think GameStop's illiquid enough that it's going to have positive correlation with the VIX like it did in 2021? Or liquid enough? Liquid enough. Sentiment is worthless. People are putting money where their mouth is. Listen to them. Selling share secured calls. Jamie cost to borrow down to 18%. This is a great time to cover, right? I take it stopped out? No. Okay, cool. Wait, do you think the 3950Ps are bought, not sold? I mean, the 421 3950Ps are definitely bought. Jesus, look at these fucking rejections. They're getting burned so hard for buying buying the opening tick. I'm really glad I'm not trading futures right now. Getting better with my stops. Almost got stopped out on the walk down on GME, but I didn't set it too tight. I couldn't roll my expiring options Friday. I've been able to roll on the day of expiration before, but even setting buys at 0.02 above ask, it wouldn't fill. Any thoughts? Am I just regarded? I mean, if no one, and if the minimum price of the option was less than 5 cents, you're probably not going to get a fill on it. I would assume that's why you were unable to roll them. All the people who missed out last week trying to play for the scraps left on GMA. Because no one held calls through earnings like other Chads and I capture 5 to 10x profits. Earnings was awesome. I'm here. Sorry I'm late. Did I miss the bear song? I haven't played it yet. I think if we do fill this gap, then things look a bit more positive. But it seems like there is a vested interest in filling the downside, so don't try to fight back against it. At least on SPX. My daughter wants you to know she wants to be a magical pickle. That's lovely. Will it make it to 39? I think 3950 is a bit excessive. I would be surprised if we hit 3950. Do people really think CPAs are known for their social awareness and interpersonal skills? They're CPAs. It's basically the autism of finance. Do fundamentals matter at all anymore? Dallas Fed manufacturing survey contracts for the 11th straight month. Yeah, people don't seem to really care about the Fed manufacturing surveys at all, which is surprising to me. Futures looks like it wants to retest 40-20. Buy pressure finally overcame those sharp sell-offs. How's Nvidia doing? No more 220s. Kind of do. Ooh. All right. Upside pitches get more and more cringe. It's got to break at some point. Even though they're covering during drops in the index, it can't be much, right? GME had over 60 million volume on Wednesday. Yeah, I mean, it isn't very much, which is kind of the benefit for at least anybody interested in it going up more again. Seriously though, what do you think has been driving Netflix the last few days? Oversold as fuck. Yeah, partially short repositioning. Also, like a little bit of OPEX action on it. Was definitely had some pretty heavy shorting going on over the last like month. There is some call interest, although that was starting to break down as of last Friday. I think the last of it should be close to burned out today in this upper range. We might retest this. But yeah, after that, I think there's a pretty good chance. Hold on. There's a pretty good chance I'll start to fail into the end of the week. I don't think put positions on it need to be rushed though. Is that gonna fucking reject or break up? It looks like it's gonna reject. Where's VIX? If VIX ticks up here again, I'm buying more puts. Maybe I should buy the put before it ticks up. Hmm. Seems like an important part of the day. Oh, it is. Calls are still cheap. 398, 3098, 250. This is gonna bounce. Oh, fuck. Super bearish again. That was a crazy fucking rejection. Stop. 650. Okay. They're crushing Jimmy IV. Yeah, they crushed it pretty hard on Friday too. Binance sued BTC Drilling. Ooh. Good thing I don't have any fucking shit over there anymore. Right? No, I'm out. So DDS broke below 295, which you mentioned is a good price. I take it this is an even better price. Another downside target. Yeah, give me a second. Let me look at my chart. 25.99. That can keep dropping. DDS. I would, ooh, yeah, I would wait. I would probably wait till after the dividend date before targeting any kind of entry. Did I move that up? If this breaks down, then 39.90. Maybe I can just average that down. 39.70. Pricey. Yeah, I want to pick that up right now. Maybe 39.60 though. Clown. You missed a Ko-Fi. Sorry. Is it dumb to think FRC might be undervalued now? EPS is $8. plus PE is low relative to the sector. 1.7, getting support from other in banks, so low bank run risk. IV is 300%, so it's considering 421 CSPs at 10 for 26% ROI. Just curious on your thoughts. I mean, the opportunity to sell CSPs is very it's compelling. Obviously your risk there would be, it bounces back because it is fundamentally undervalued. Um and you don't get assigned, but you still get to capture the yields, which is nice. I don't really have a problem with it. FRC is not the bank that I would probably choose. I think their risk is still quite high, and remember that a lot of that help came in before the Fed raised rates again, right? So take that into consideration. I would look at their balance sheet very, very closely before making any kind of purchase. I can just turn around and sell those. Week 1250. What I get about last week is that everyone that made money played earnings, but aren't those risky? I was one of those that expected downs regardless of earnings report being good or bad. Okay. Yes, they're risky. But I mean, we had a pretty good idea that free cash flow is going to remain positive and that Jamie was illiquid. When posed with a question before earnings, won't they just short it? I believe my answer was, with what? Three and 6 month auction. Thanks, Ryan. 3 and 6 month auction's gonna do anything at 11:30. Yeah, they could. I mean, yields will probably go up. Just about begging for scraps comment. Don't we usually get a second higher run after a run? Yes, we usually do. What's your bull case for Express? I mean, they don't have any debt. I think as long as they can return to profitability, they're seriously undervalued. Um, I don't have like a huge position. It's like 0.1% of my portfolio, but I think it's a nice value play for the next 12 to 24 months. They got largely bailed out with their most recent partnership. Um and they're also, I think in the next few months they're getting money back, like 50 million back on their pandemic loan. Um 52 million on the CARES Act payout. The current market cap is $49 million. So they'd be trading less than available at a price less than available cash. And WPH, who they formed the strategic partnership back with in 2022, gave them a 235 million investment and purchased $25 million in stock at 460 a share, which is almost 500% above the current market price. So yeah, I mean, you gotta be patient with it. It's not gonna be fun, but I think it's seriously undervalued at this point, especially at these prices. Boring bank stuff. Ugh. What's up, actual Dan? Gurkhas is conflicted as chat about what? Jesus Christ, I'm super far behind. Sorry. Nasdaq crossing 11.8. Here is big. It usually sells off hard. Yeah, it's not a good point for it to break down from. After we fill the SPX gap, do you still think we move back to 4,000 as institution straddle, or will we move to the 3,900 and straddle there? That's a good question. We still haven't broken down below 3,965. So I still think that the potential for us to end up with delta neutral positioning coming into the upside, where a lot of it is already currently placed, is more likely. But today, I noted that this morning, if we had a breakdown of resistance, which we now have, that we are likely to continue to fill in. We may see 3,965 as this continues to play out into the middle of the day. How often do you get to sell CSPs and do buy rights on banks at 60% IV? How fun. With or without a T+2 run as of now, Jimmy has enough liquidity to enter a 1 to 2 month downside until next earnings, correct? Hmm. Yes, if they're able to net off the rest of these obligations and get arbitrage, back to mean. Sure. I don't I don't think that's going to happen without more upside potential. Uh but we're still getting kind of dragged around by the market. We were outperforming it a little bit earlier, which was probably some covering through this period. Actually, in general, I'd say we're kind of outperforming the upside moves as long as they're volumetric. But yeah, liquidity is obviously being realized. Let me see how we're looking on the 4-hour here. Yeah, see, it's now that most of the pre-market liquidity's been used up, we're continuing to expand a bit. This kind of reminds me of January, where we had like multiple peaks. And we saw like the slow netting of obligations over a period of time. I wouldn't be surprised if that's something we also see continue to happen here. Although if the market does turn around in a meaningful way, I think we're well positioned to take advantage of it. Get my max 2458. We're at 23 still. So we still haven't really broken down below that 2250 level. We could today though. Market downside, I'm looking at 39.65, which is like right there. Boom. And the gamma flip point is 39.82, 50. All right. With or without T+2 run, answer that. You made a comment on the hot tub stream I'm curious about. You said you never want to be on the other side of Hindenburg's trade. What did you mean by that? I never said I wanted to be. I said I don't want to be on the same side of the trade as we were discussing Hindenburg Research, who's a short fund that publishes uh, big short thesis papers in order to get people to pile in and save their puts. Um, Sometimes they're more accurate, sometimes they're less. But I generally stay away from anything they're involved in. I don't want to know why, but I just love Fubo around $1. I get my cost basis down and it distracts me from my blown up options port. Nice. It's not Hindenburg's, it's Hindenburg. Like the thing that blew up, the big airship, it was full of hydrogen. The more I participate in this investor group, the more I can't stand RSS speak. It makes me cringe at the me from Feb 2021 when I started. Good. Any thoughts on how low we can see QQQ go today? I want to roll these SQQ calls at a good spot so I can pull back a little. Nasdaq's kind of underperforming today. Nasdaq now down on the day, 32 BPS. SPX is still up. Although SPX looks like it's being buoyed by oil a little bit. Let me see. Uh, I wouldn't say SQQQ has a lot of range today. Maybe like 3350. Although we'd need a pretty serious breakdown. I don't think 33 is out of the question. 3350 if we test 3965. Is the world's slowest fucking gap fill. Is BTC crashing? It's dropping pretty rapidly. Sad crypto boy noises. HVM and copper looking good. We'll probably add. Yeah, I like them. Oop. Perhaps they figured out the short vol play and aren't going to let it happen anymore. The long shorts? Can you teach us security analysis in 2 sentences? It could be longer, but my attention span peaks at 10 seconds. How often can you buy 8% 1 year, make a whole call bond on a bank, and then use the margin to write April CSPs for 5%? Cough, cough, SYF. You shut your fucking dirty mouth, all right, poopy pants? I have no idea what you're talking about. Me? Leverage bond margin into writing CSPs against perfectly liquid and viable banks that are trading below book? That's fucking crazy, man. While simultaneously hedging my position? Did you sell Jimmy cover calls yet? No. This market is. Did you see that gap down? We're not in a bad CSP range on BTU. It's not my favorite, but it's not bad. I think that there's some pretty good opportunities on the like 23 and $25 puts, depending on if you want assignment or not. Breaking news. I have pooped 3 times this morning from too many Bud Lights at the NASCAR race yesterday and still not dumping as hard as BTC. For anyone whose cortisol levels aren't high enough as it is during the day, have the ES futures on Bookmap livestream in the background. The alarms that go off on big moves is a nice touch. God, I hate Bookmap. Someone praying that 11:30 auction saves their upside. Yeah, I don't think it's going to. If anything, I would have expected them to want to realize the upside earlier rather than later. Sell Jimmy CCs while you can. Dr. Ginger Balls. Any thought on his turn to Jimmy bearishness? He has no skin in the game because he already sold cover calls last week to buy SPX puts. I know he has 1 share. He doesn't have any new data, I don't think, that I don't have also. I also don't listen to JFresh when making trade decisions because he's a massive troll. Ghork and Darth Dan sitting in a tree. KISSING. No. No, no, no. Is the next possible FUBO run next earnings? It looks better set up for April than it does currently. I'd imagine any run on FUBO will be news based. I mean, going into this last period, somebody just came in and bought like an obscene number of puts at like $1, and I think those actually got blown out. Nope, still looks like it's just ES is just gonna drop more. I'd like to see what happens on a test of 4,000, because 4,000 kind of fills the gap, right? There's an ES gap, I think. Is there? Or maybe it isn't a gap. No, that did fill already. No gap there at all. Huh. Resistance to the upside at 40.10. JFresh wants to be banned on the Discord. Okay. Hmm. Have you tried AMC's new popcorn that's in stock at your local Walmart? No. Time for Jimmy April 21, $20 cover calls. You can do whatever you want, man. Should I buy 50 NVIDIA June 200s? You could. It's an option. I'm sure someone will sell them to you. You got recalled for my layoff. CEO called me, gave me a thoughtful apology. I got a promotion on my last position. Got a violent pay bump. 3 months was kind of worth it. Stay sane, everyone. Nice, Toilet Wine. That's fucking awesome, dude. Congratulations. It's possible for them to net off obligations without any price action. Absolutely. Although we need to still trade quite a lot more volume than we have. Are calls capitulating, or are we still headed for SPX delta neutral before Friday? I mean, it doesn't look like a lot of calls are capitulating. It's kind of like the downside here feels pretty forced. I want to see something. 1 second. Hmm. We're staying very close to the underside of the gamma flip point for the day, which is right here at 39.8250. I don't know if we're actually recovering or not. We might be, but slowly. Yeah, I'm not really seeing any call capitulation at all, which is odd because even the zero DTs seem to be holding up pretty well. Very well. There's a push. Jimmy volume same like penny stock. I mean, it's traded like 2.3 million volume today so far. I have a feeling this is just gonna get smashed back down again. Fucking clown fiesta. Today is insufferable. I just want to close the rest of my straddle puts. I still have like 15 of them open. And ideally I would close them below 39.75, but if we retest the flip point here, I'm gonna get stopped out. Which still isn't bad. I mean the call side did well, but strangle. You have an evil black cloud around your head today. Do you need exercised? I don't think so. Upstart liquidity is driving up, so I would say it's being actively shorted and is likely to go lower. I sold 10 Tesla 187.50 421 cc's for 18K. Doubting if I should have sold them lower. Thoughts? That seems like a moderately safe range if you want to hold on to your shares. You have a pretty low cost basis, don't you? So at least you get to shave a little bit off of that. SPX playing out in slow motion? Kind of, yeah. I mean, I expected volume to be a bit lower this week. I didn't think it would be this fucking bad. If the Fed starts speeding up its balance sheet wind down so it can backstop more banks, the market will crash, right? It could be a contributing factor. We're seriously not going to fill that gap? I mean, I'm buying a 4,000 call either way. I'd have to hold this into the end of the day. There's a lot of fucking call interest. Hmm. As the Fed starts speeding up its balance sheet, why not? Still holding gold calls? Yeah. With BTC tanking, that might be I might pick up some more actually. Only like $40 per share net now. Yeah, so I mean, you're in a pretty good position, right? Glad I waited on that. Well, there's another failure of gamma neutral. Maybe this one will be more violent. Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah, I don't think Tesla's going to $40 a share, barring a crash anytime soon. So I wouldn't worry so much. You might have had an opportunity to sell them a little deeper in the money, but less risk, right? At that point. You could always use the credit to pick up some puts if you want to leverage the downside a little more, like protective puts. Like if you don't feel great about your entry. SPX 3970 today at some point. I don't know. We keep bouncing back and retesting gamma neutral, but we're not breaking up, so. VIX is slowly declining. SPX looks moderately bullish here, but I'm not sure futures aren't just going to reject off resistance again. Like this is already the upside break on the downtrend from earlier this morning. And it's, you know, it's already looking very weak and extremely low volume, right? So I would expect that there's a pretty good potential that it fails. If you guys want to see that on futures, it's right here. This is the breakout, you know, of today's downtrend, and so far it doesn't look it doesn't look like there's a lot of buyers coming in to slap that ask. Experiencing glitches on my trading app. 35C's flickering 0.34 when opening the app and then changing to 0.6. Huh. Closed today, GME 2339, SPX 3976. Don't say any of those things, you fucking bastard. Based on SPX options gamma, there's still a high chance to realize 40-30 area before Wednesday. I think so. Let's see if we can fill the downside and get some of these puts to sell out. I think our upside potential is a lot better if that happens. How's futures looking? Still between 40-20, 40-30, 40-10, 40-17. No, like, you've been more consistent at being my dad than my real dad. Wouldn't that make you my dad? No. I've never slept with your mother. I have 13,200 June 2025 puts as a hedge. Okay. I just want to lower my cost basis to 0 and live off a small part of the premiums. Build a separate doc portfolio so I can live off my portfolio. Okay. It's a nice goal. Based on the SPX options gamma, there's still a high chance to realize 40-30 area before Wednesday. Okay, answer that. I'll take 24 GME, 30-90 SPX. Thank you. I mean, I'd kind of like to see the day close like SPX at 40-10, GME at 24.50. I know it sounds greedy, but sup, Ghork Berry here. I drew some lines on the SPX for the first time. Price is still within my lines, so is this how people trade? Also, humble brag here. Thanks for helping me grow my IRAD and 90K year to date. Fucking nice, man. That's awesome. Congratulations. And yes, many people do trade between the two lines that you've drawn. I got some March 29th, 4,000 C. Theta might be enough. Maybe. 29, 4,000. Yeah, it's not terrible. If we're just making stuff up, I want GME at 50,000. Okay. A little unreasonable, but I keep putting my hand on my headphone case thinking it's my mouse. Am I a silly goose? Maybe you should just move your headphone case and then never tell me about it again. What are your thoughts on oil? I'm looking at Chevron, which way it will go. It's been at the mid 150s for a few weeks now. Thanks, Ghork. Well, Dixie's been declining quite a lot recently, and generally that increases the cost of imported oil for the U.S. I wouldn't call it a dollar slide, but Dixie's down 10% from its previous high. I would say oil's pretty cheap right now. I haven't been buying Chevron, but I'm sure they're following suit with, alongside ExxonMobil and Oxy, Phillips. That 4010 looks viable. I think it is. I still think a test of like 39.7, like 70 or 39.65 would make the upside move more likely. Hey Ghork, I've never actually given you any money, so here's a thanks on behalf of everyone else who has. I hope that I have enough room to say every. Very nice. Thanks, Mortal HC, for nothing. What good does GME at 2450 do? Better range for covered calls. Better range for covered calls. More pressure on the sold calls that are currently in place on the upside. Both of those things, Brett. Trade Trades calls you collect 2 a.m. to discuss the Tesla daily chart. Do you accept the charges? Are are collect calls still a thing? 401k has to be in mutual funds for the next year. Am I positioned? I am positioned in treasuries, commodities, and farming. Any changes you would make? Seems decent. I don't dislike that. I mean, retirement accounts and planning aren't really my specialty, but uh it seems defensive enough. I mean, commodities are going to be probably volatile. But there could be a lot of opportunity there provided the commodities market heats up on industrial growth. Um Treasuries are obviously really solid right now. Farming, not too sure. I don't really dabble in farming too much. I guess it would depend on what exposure in farming you have. I know crop yields are expected to be pretty high for the next couple years, so uh if that's the exposure, that might not be great. But if, inflation remains persistently high, food prices could continue up. I have 39.50 piece for tomorrow. Should probably sell and reposition, huh? I mean, we just failed yet another test of gamma neutral. Well, gamma flip. I don't know. There's so little volume and so much chop. I really don't know which way it's going to break yet. There seems to be interest in it going up and down. So at least you have a little bit of theta. Have you ever played Farming Simulator? No. The fuck is that? June Nvidia 180 puts down 8% today. IV crush? Nvidia's up? Or while it was up? I don't know, maybe. I don't know when you bought them. Possibly IV crush? Does Jimmy need a run today for T plus 5 to be valid? Or are they independent? They're independent events. Sorry, I was at work for the AM. What's the current sentiment around Jimmy? Just shorting to cover a lower price for T plus 2? I mean, it kind of looks like they're netting in this lower range, but volume's still really low. And arbitrage is still largely unresolved. Probably not popcorn trader. No, Rasma. Farming sim is exactly what it sounds like. That sounds awful. Oh, I can't wait to get on my computer and pretend to do labor. I drew a pentagram with lines on my graph. Will that summon Jamie Dimon? It's Diamond. Not Diamond. There's a simulator for everything. I saw a truck driving simulator where I assume truck drivers who just can't get enough of their job can carry on when they get home. Huh. So you're just driving a big rig on a highway? That sounds. Who the fuck pays to do that? People are inferring that the swaps somehow Valerian, that the swaps somehow created liquidity, but swaps do not independently create liquidity. They're cash settled and should theoretically have no effect on the underlying outside of the hedging of those swaps. So the idea that swaps are somehow hiding large short positions is absurd. They're generally a contract, kind of like a contract for difference, right? If you guys understand CFDs, there's different types of swaps, but all of them are, cash settled. So there is no deliverable on a swap. So you can't pack a swap full of a bunch of short shares. You can pack a swap full of the debt from a short position that moved against you. Hey, Ghork, have you ever done that thing for fun that you have indicated that you would hate time and again? Curious. Are simulator games actually tools to the AI to learn how normal people live to help NVIDIA go up? Maybe. NVIDIA's not going up right now though. It's doing kind of hard down. I'm actually surprised at the resilience of SPX today, given that NASDAQ, which has been propping up the market for the last 2 weeks, is down like 55 BPS already. You haven't lived till you've driven from El Paso to Houston in a trucking simulator while peeing in a Mountain Dew can. People who failed their CDL exam, like trades. There's a construction simulator. What are like people curious about the potential for them doing these jobs? Is that a traffic jam in that big rig game that people were stuck in traffic for 4 to 5 hours in a game? I honestly just can't imagine it. I don't know why. I don't know why that's something somebody wants to do with their time. It's like, oh, you know what I don't spend enough time doing? Driving. And not like fun or fast driving. Just on a road, driving endlessly. Daily interval RBB on Tesla as well. I don't know exact entry, but it's setting up, in my opinion. Good to know. Outside of the steep market correction, do you see Tesla going back down closer to the 105 range it was trading in January? No, but I could see it falling down into like the 160 to 140 range. Unless there's a steep market correction. Or Elon keeps doing stupid shit. Both of those are possible. Well, Netflix continued to drive down. Looks like it failed that second peak there. I'm still gonna wait. I'm not really in a rush to get into puts on it. There's plenty of downside room. And I don't need to play the newer dated ones, so I'm gonna hold off. Wish Bob had had a little more pep in its step today. Um, just fucking sell off already. Jesus Christ. I do stock simulator. I bet fake money on bipolar bear's chat sentiment. I'd be broke if it was real. It's okay, he is too. I have the power to move the markets, only it inverses me. Would you like me to buy a put here to make it go up? Not just yet. I'd prefer if it goes down first and then up. Ghork, it's happening in the slowest fucking way possible. Ah, yes. Awesome. I guess as long as it stays above 2250, that's not too bad. There it goes. Finally. Jesus fucking Christ. Nope, just keep going. All the way. You can do it. Oh, well, hold on, NVIDIA. If you want to go to... Well, get some more puts before you get all crazy. I lost money after listening to you. You lost money on being indecisive and making terrible decisions, generally against my analysis, at almost every step. Which is all very well documented. Thanks, Senpai. Did well today. General NVIDIA put question. Have 421, 250 that are up a little bit. Do you just take profits aggressively and re-enter and hold for a few weeks? It's so unpredictable. I'm nervous about overholding. I don't think taking profits is generally a bad idea. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm not selling CCs. Tons of opportunity cost. Okay. That's fucking your decision. I don't care if you sell cover calls or not. How the fuck you put that on me? They're your shares, you dipshit. The gap fill candle was green candle. What a market. That doesn't mean it's not going to keep failing. Yeah, that's not my advice. I don't give you advice. I don't know anything about your fucking financial situation. There. It's easier. Well, let's do this. Buy signals. Did I just pick up on that and buy? Or is it all just white noise? I mean, analysts are just salespeople. The video was targeted at 315 buy this morning, and then this seems sussy. I mean, it's definitely not worth $315, regardless of what the analysts say. You gave me financial advice. You said I should speak with a registered fiduciary. Have you ever? Are zero DTE calls based on your DD? I'd assume so, since we're at the bottom of your intraday range for the day. Yes. We're near the bottom of my intraday range for the day. I've started a journey of risk management with a super small port. Started with 250, currently at 251.98. I couldn't have done it without you, Ghork. Congratulations, Casper. That's amazing. What volume would you like to see on GME to say, yup, they covered obligations? A lot more. 10, 20 million more? I have not. If I was an analyst, I would say everything I owned was worth more than I paid for it as well. The gap filled. Time to retest 4,000. Not necessarily. I don't think that all of the price action today was in an effort to simply fill the gap. Is Kathy taking Bitcoin to 1 milli again to facilitate this drop? Bitcoin's down like 3.81% today. How do you handle the pores in here when they start begging? Who? Considering getting a first credit card, what reward should I look up? I have no idea. What an odd question. No, because I think futures can still fail here. It still doesn't look like there's a reversal in momentum yet. Might be starting to see one, but I forget that the hedge is negative. Am I buying this piece of shit? Oh, fuck. Hmm. Volume's drying up here. That reverses. So buy another one of these. really don't like this contract. Hmm. I'm pretty heavy into credit cards and all, and mostly aligns depending on what you'll be purchasing with the card and if the reward system aligns with that spending. Okay, sorry I'm late for class. Question, gun to your head. Do you buy Bobby or Rev? Neither. And you can't say bullet because the gun is empty. Then what's the point? Today feels like the exact opposite from Friday. Slow bleed out all day versus slow climb up all day. Only difference is VIX isn't doing much. I mean, I think that the bounce back is likely, but I still think there's more downside that we can realize here before we start to move back up again. You didn't see that one coming, Dork? That one seemed obvious. Jesus Christ, gapped me on Futes again. Like I said, I wouldn't be playing tight positions on futures today. They're just so big. That's what she said. Somehow I managed to buy a call right at that rejection. I'm the best. Well done. What's your go-to order at Katz? I haven't been there in years. I don't know. Their fries are pretty good. I don't like eating giant piles of fucking corned beef on rye. I'm not gonna lie. I like Reuben's better. Just feels like your blood turns into pudding after you eat there. Can you say anything positive about Bobby? No. How's Jimmy looking for the rest of today? I mean, kind of fucking flat, to be honest. I think if the market drops to 39.65, Jimmy might drop down to 22.50. If it does, if Jimmy retests 22.50, and some of like the 20 and 22.50 call positioning capitulates, it could fall faster. But under 22.50, we might just see them close the underwater short calls. I think there's a definite interest in getting those naked calls closed, since they've stayed persistently underwater for the last like 3 days, right? I went to Cats one time with my mom. She tied it up so hard, and I ended up spending $30 on the most mid sandwich I've ever had in my life. Yeah. I mean, well, first of all, like everything in New York, it's not as good as it used to be. And then also, like, it's just, Cats specifically is just like a fucking tourist trap now, where they just overcharge the shit out of people for what used to be like an $8 sandwich. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. This is the worst. Fix is kind of climbing a bit here. Ugh. Bear Song at SPX 3970. Well, I don't think there's that much range below it. If you have high GME cost basis, don't you sort of have to sell some CCs at this price? In case we drop back down under 20, there aren't a ton of times to take advantage of this price run. I mean, you have to do what's best for your own position. I don't really need to sell that many covered calls right now, and I have a lot of flexibility on when I can sell them. That doesn't apply to you, probably, based on what you're saying. Like, I don't care if I sell covered calls on GME at 20 or 22. It makes no difference to me. Plantains and black beans on a case of... That sounds fucking disgusting. I hate plantains. They're like shitty bananas. I mean, I'm just telling you, like, you have to do what's best for you. Don't try to follow my CC selling to make your own decisions, right? Any thoughts on HCP? I missed the original entries, and it's back in the zone. Yeah, it actually just fell below my covered calls. I'm looking more towards the 25 range, with SAAS getting hammered a little bit. I'm hoping I get to pick up some shares around like 23, 22. I'd be pretty happy with that. Covered calls have been great on it so far, though. And I made a little bit of money off the earnings bumps that it's seen. Back in the days of baseball practice, down on the east side by the river, I used to grab a sandwich at Cats and a niche from that random sketch hole in the wall on my walk back to the F field. Man, I used to have baseball in the my little league team was like on the by the East River somewhere. Like by Stuyvesant, like the Stuyvesant like park projects down by like what was it? 23rd Street or something like that. Plantains are the potatoes of the Caribbean. Selling one DTA SPX bear call spreads have been fire for me. Yeah, spreads on SPX can be really profitable. Sony continues to file patents for NFTs. Yeah, I'm sure that they'll sell on their own marketplace. Come on, you bitch. Ooh, spicy. Is it gonna be a bad hurricane year? Do I look like a fucking meteorologist? Do you end up selling your house, or are you still holding on to it? I still have it. I haven't moved into it. I really don't want to. It's so far from the city. I'm 6'5", and I've always wanted to know what it's like to be short. Thanks for showing me the way. I. A lot more than the Caribbeans. It's a lot of South America's too, and along the Amazon. What was the original purpose of bringing options to the stock market anyway? As insurance against your positions. Jimmy needs a break above what to keep going? I mean, ideally 25. In reference to the stream card, is that what you look like with your shirt off back then at TGI Fridays? My oh my, what trading has done to you. It's ruined my body. But it's worth it. No, I just stopped going to the gym at the beginning of the pandemic and got fat. It seemed like the better option at the time. And now I hate my gym because it's full of like fitness influencers and everyone has like a tripod set up everywhere. So it's like trying to navigate your way through like a sea of propped up iPhones. I'm squatting in your house. Please don't come and visit for at least 2 years, please, and thank you. The house has a hot tub. I think it's drained though. I hope it's drained. Jimmy jumps to 30 cents on 40K volume. Should I be concerned for the poor market makers? I'm not. Well, this looks like we're approaching either a break up. I'm going to put a stop on this put now. Let's put it at like 780. Seems like a fairly significant breakout. Maybe I should just move it up to 8. I'm just worried it's going to get fucking stomped out again. You know what? Yeah, it's better to have the protection. Yeah, I've been to the house. I have a rowing machine. I just don't use it. Well, my gym was supposed to ban filming in the gym, but then they didn't. What? Can you add one more membership level? The package includes Pickles Picks, a newsletter, access to the Discord room, and also a free stay in the Pickle House and real hot tub time on Sundays. Absolutely not, Jensen Huang's Bank Soft Goods crank. How insulated is Upstart from banking, credit issues, and contagion? Pretty insulated. I think the issue there, biggest issue there would be that they have a fair number of loans on their balance sheet right now due to the illiquidity of the credit market and being unable to offload them, and the fact that the Fed may persist in its rate hikes over time. And so that could slow its turnaround. I don't think there were like bankruptcy risk or anything like that, but continued rate hikes in an unstable credit market aren't ideal for them. Please go set up your monitors at your gym and stream finance while doing minimal reps of some bullshit exercise like the thigh machine wearing your Ryu costume. Oh, Jesus. I'll think about it, Chaku. Thank you. That'd be like a lot of work to lug all of that shit into the gym. What percentage of your port is cash? Cash or same as cash? Cash, maybe, I'd probably have about 10% cash right now. Can intraday gaps be forced to help control trend? Sometimes. It depends on. Yeah, actually, intraday gaps are more likely to fill when the market maker hedge isn't. Well, big gaps like that are more likely to fill when the market maker hedge isn't very heavily weighted. So like open today, Gamma was fairly neutral, at least for SPX, like $1 billion hedge. So it probably wasn't very hard to push against it. I mean, obviously, as we fell more, then the hedge picked up steam, but Mosaic, nice Surfa. Are we losing steam here on SPX? More downside, please. I think this might break up. It would appear that none of the call side has really capitulated in on this entire drop. As a matter of fact, it kind of looks like people just loaded more. So I think the upside realization at this point is almost a given. I guess we could fail the tests at the gamma flip point here, but probably not. Like, the gamma flip doesn't really have a lot of weighting, and the weighting it does have is positive. So 39.90 or 4,000 are a little more likely than just stagnating here. Ooh. High uncertainty. Hmm. Well, volume is definitely picking up a bit. Oh shit. Big sell off. Is it gonna be enough? That was fun, right, Dork? My fault. I bought a call. You son of a bitch. I really, I really don't know if that was sufficient. That might have just been like a stop loss hunt before we move up higher. VIX is still dropping. $21, $28. 10 BPS drop again. That was fucking pretty crazy. I guess someone really doesn't want it above that gamma flip point. It really, really doesn't want it above that. Ugh. What does the SPX make? Soft goods. Higher low at Jimmy to compared to last Friday. Bullish? Um, yes. Sure, sure. Hey, if the market bounces here, I think Jimmy will do pretty well. Still needs to cross 25, most likely, for any serious action to happen. It's always just these stupid sell squirts and never like an actual sell fest. It's so stupid. I think that was just like a stop loss hunt, honestly. They're just trying to blow out some of the call interest before it moves up above gamma neutral. Or the gamma flip point. What are those super hard rejections? Future sell offs? Just massive dumps of futures. Did you already cut the put side of your straddle? Yeah. I got stopped out of it on this. I took like a 23% loss, but I had a 40% gain on the call side this morning, so Worked out. Not the best one I've had, but it was okay. Obviously, a test of 40.10 this morning and then a test of 39.60 this afternoon would have been far more ideal. Is futures dumps JPM trying to keep momentum away from its collar? It could just be JPM dumping their futures. I don't really know if that's. One could argue that it's not specifically in an attempt to manipulate the market down. Same. I saw about half my put profit disappear, but I still netted a 15% gain. Nice. I took some. Well, I closed some earlier. Some of the put side earlier, so that's why the loss was so bad. I closed like a third of the contracts when we moved above 4,000. Because we started to move on to that like call side ramp. And then I closed the other half of it lower, so I think like a 6 or 7% loss. So combined it was about roughly 23% loss. I miss Moonwind. He built a house at the top of the market. Fucking DGen. I know you do, Carl. I may have bought NVIDIA puts at today's low. I have theta, but I would appreciate if the stock would make me look smarter. Risky. What effects index is Netflix correlated with? It's pretty heavily weighted in SPY and QQQ. Ghork, JPM has a large gold short? I don't know, do they? Who told you that? Did JPM tell you that? SPX is gonna be stuck here all day, isn't it? I fucking really hope not. For straddles, how do you know when to cut the winning side and let the losing side run versus cutting the loser and letting the winner run? And generally you're looking for momentum, right? If momentum's going to continue in the early part of the day, then you usually cut the loser. It's usually not really that hard to tell how much momentum there is at market open. If the market's moving pretty quickly, like resistance to resistance, it makes it pretty easy to cut the loser. If you have enough theta on it, or you expect a lot of chop and volume is low, you can manage both sides of the straddle. Leveraging the downside, or like the losing side as it moves up or down. So like basically you can take profit on the long side and then wait for the average down the loser and then wait for the loser to move closer to the money and then exit. Average down my May SQQQCs. Should I have just bought some further instead? May is probably a decent enough amount of time to see some more significant movement. I just think this week, like, we still have SLD deposits finalizing. We have the JPM collar roll at the end of the week. So, and we have PCE. So, since there's so much going on, the chances of us kind of stagnating a lot in a fairly narrow range are really high. I guess I'm in the minority here, but I'm still looking for downside on SVX. I mean, not just red, like 60 BPS red. I could see that happening maybe into the middle of the week. But right now, at least at the money, there's not a ton of put interest. We're negative on gamma, right? Like, we've fallen below that, but and there's a surprising amount of zero DTE put interest, but like the longer term put interest, the range between like 39.55 and 39.70 is relatively flat. And there's far more near the money call interest to the upside than there is put interest to the downside. If we move back up above the gamma flip point, we're likely to realize more of that call interest. And you should tell me with 100% accuracy which way the SVX is going to go in the next hour. To the right. I thought SLD was 2 weeks ago. What's the deal? SLD deposit? What mean? SLD was the week before last, and the deposit period or the settlement period carries through until the end of the month. So as those deposits settle, so the deposit period was from the 15th to the 20th, right? And then those deposits settle from the 20th through the 31st. First, I believe, actually. So generally what you see during this period of time is a big pullback in long-term positioning as people, you know, take their new margin and re-leverage it. So you get a lot of hedging that goes into OPEX, right? And then after OPEX occurs, you get a lot of repositioning. And generally this period is, you know, kind of stale. In a bear market, which we've been in, you know, it realizes a smaller amount of upside, and then once the upside is realized, we'll probably see more long dated put positioning come in, especially if VIX continues to move down in any meaningful way. You think SPX tests 3,800 within the next month? By April 27th? Possibly? 3,800 is kind of far out of the money. But I suppose like SLD, a combination of like SLD and higher inflation we could realize lows in the 3,800 range. It's unlikely, but it's possible. The market's giving me whiplash. Yeah, I know. How much of a crystal ball is the OI data, do you think? Obviously, it's not perfect. How much faith do you put in it versus other factors? I mean, I don't put a lot of faith in any individual data set, but it complements the analysis. I keep getting banned for some reason. I keep banning you because I don't like you and you're annoying. When AMD below 75? Oh, probably some time. Thoughts on 4-5 SPX 4000C? I picked up some more AMD puts last Friday. I probably should buy more this week. I need to average this down a bit. 4-5 SPX 4000C to enter the strangle early before end of week economic data prints. Then once SPX taps 4000 to 4030, pick up 4-5 SPX 3980. Okay. Or 4000. Yeah. I mean, that's a reasonable range to strangle if you have enough theta. Hey Ghork, I'm thinking about dividing my ports among 2 different brokers. What are your strategies for managing multiple ports? Well, it's the same like having one portfolio, except you have 2. Wait, it's actually Ghork. Ha ha ha. What did he do? Harassment? He just says annoying shit all the time. Most of it without any factual basis. And I'm kind of tired of listening to him. People that make stream unpleasant to listen to, confused as to why they get banned. Crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's off his meds. Either way, today I don't feel like dealing with him. He can create new Google accounts until I do. For a fun drinking game, gather your crew, watch The Bachelor, take a shot every time someone cries. Oh man, I don't want to ever get that drunk. If you're looking for an undervalued name in the banking space, I think SYF is worth checking out. I know I mentioned earlier, but I had to step away. You've got a big mouth, but a little peepee. Super tiny. You can barely see it. Thanks, Bipolar Bear. I remember a time when you were very friendly with Bipolar Bear. What changed? I don't remember ever being friendly with him. I always remember him being wildly annoying. Dad breaking out that banhammer would make Carl T grow 3 times its original size. I mean, I can leave it up to Carl, but he's busy. He's studying right now. Love the stream yesterday and the topic in QT versus interest rate hikes. I was wondering how you track the QT. I mean, the Fed's balance sheet is public information. There is no real-time tracking. The Fed date is 15 to 30 days old? No. A few days old, generally. Like 1 or 2. The fame has gotten to you. Maybe. If we don't see volume realization today on Jamie, where did it go? Still sitting in the DMM's book until T plus 2 plus 2? We'll find out. I mean, volume has to be realized. One way or the other. It has not yet been. It's generally easier to find out where it got packed away after the fact. If they used ETF liquidity, then they did it while simultaneously covering ETF obligations, which is possible. It's a snowy and sunny day here. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thanks, Nitu. I hope you do too, man. I opened an IBKR account. I'm planning on using it with TradingView. Is that advisable? I mean, I use TradingView for charting while I trade on IBKR. I've never I've never linked TradingView to IBKR though, to like the trader workstation. I don't know how it works. You'll never ban me though. You love me far too much as a life partner to permanently ban me. Temporarily time me out often, but never fully ban. Yeah, I know. Well, I figured since I already didn't ban you, MOASS isn't ever gonna happen, so. The maximum amount of time for market makers is T plus 2 plus 2. Although, historically, there's very little evidence of that being used outside of, like, January 2021. So yeah, theoretically DMMs have T plus 2 plus 2, but that's a very long time to carry those obligations on your book without clearing anything, right? And massively adds to your risk. So unless there's a ton of risk, you really don't want to carry anything that long. Um, you lose the opportunity to profit on the variance the longer you hold the position. So there's that, and then there's APs, which are just T5, right? And so there's really no way to say if how much liquidity was used in ETFs, but if they used ETF liquidity, they did it in a way which didn't make the ETFs more illiquid against the covering they were doing. So if they were just netting out obligations on ETFs and then subsequently delaying those 5 days, then that could be very relevant. It might not be relevant at all. We'll see. You sound tired a little bit. I'm kind of just under the weather with allergies. They're getting pretty bad, and I'm like, I have to go see my allergist this week or next week. I think next week maybe. Jimmy Brook VWAP. Thoughts on SPX April 28th, 3850 Ps, March 31, 4000 C as a hedge. Unfortunately, I bought 3850s around 3950, so currently down about 20%. So, so 3850s for April 28th. Take a 31 4000 C hedge. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, you hedge the upside potential going into like PCE, which is nice. Although you don't really have enough theta if PCE is down and the market rallies higher on the JPM rule. So I'd probably, if I was gonna try to hedge April 28th, I'd probably have a little bit more theta on the call side. I just got laid off. Oh no, Top Loaf. I need to know, is there sign up lists for time slots behind the dumpster? Or do we gather in the morning and get chosen like the guys at Home Depot? Thanks. Yeah, I think you just kind of line up in the morning. It's like a first come, first serve kind of deal. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. Do you expect ups from here today on SPX, or do you expect up early then down the rest of the day? I'm trying to see whether to follow the DD or if sentiment has changed. Right now it looks like the most of the downside interest is capitulated for now. we may get another sharp rejection at the test of gamma neutral. There seems to be some interest in keeping it below that, but the call side interest is continuing to pick up, and eventually that's going to probably outweigh their ability to continuously short the resistance. $39.65, 40.30, 3600, 40.20. Wait, what? Did anyone from the pickle jar ever recognize you in public? I hope not. Jimmy kind of holding up like a champ right now. Maybe we can see less moaning in here between now and Wednesday. No, never. I can never be that lucky. Where did you say the JPM collar is currently positioned? 40.65 on the short call side. First serve, first come. Well, you know. I usually do pick up like 7 or 8 of them at Lowe's to come to my place for card games and light drinking. That's one way to get friends. Are the guys getting chosen in the morning at Home Depot basically playing the real life game of making money? Making some money akin to kids getting picked for schoolyard recess? I don't know. I've never been involved in the hiring process at a Home Depot in a Home Depot parking lot. So it's impossible to predict what the collar rule will do to the market. Just expect increased volatility. Yeah, generally speaking. I mean, they roll the calls are sold 5%, the short calls are 5% from spot, and then the short puts are 5%, or the long puts are 5% from spot, right? 2.5? No, 5. So, yeah, whatever it's trading at that day, it should give you a pretty close idea of where they're gonna roll it. Chances by 399 C goes in the money. Tons of theta, 3 hours. I feel you. I think we'll hit 400 again end of day. We could. 4,000. Yeah, we could. I think it's definitely possible. Inverse head and shoulders? Sure. I guess we could make it look like that. It looks pretty good. Wait, what's wrong with this morning's DD? We failed to break up on ES and then fell into the lower range. This is awesome. Especially if we close out the day above 405. It perfectly sets us up for tomorrow. I've got April 21 392s that I want to strangle. Is now a good low volume period to buy into some calls. Thanks for all you do. What are you going to strangle at? 39.80? That's a wide fucking strangle. I was just sent a friendly reminder about our 3 o'clock call. What makes it friendly? Why do we say that? What of an unfriendly reminder? Is this doublespeak that the call will be combative? What? Do you have more to add to that? Is Jimmy in a pennant formation on the daily? Sure. Hmm. Ish. That's weird. Hmm. It's a pendant. Missing an uptick on Jamie IV intraday could be spicy for the end of the day. And rising IV on Jamie could be spicy anyway. What a fucking terrible, slow shit recovery the market is having right now. I was gonna do spy and the money calls for my strangle, so 39.60 too wide. Oh, okay. That's not so bad. Yeah, 39 396 and 392 is not too bad. And then you just have delta exposure for any upside move. That's on Riven. They were throwing away money over the weekend. On what? They're down like 2% today. We could retest 39.50, 39.30 tomorrow or Wednesday on SPX. Right now, 39.50 and 39.30 aren't looking particularly good. I'll hold off my judgment until we move back above the gamma flip point here, but yeah, I would say they look less than likely until maybe the end of this week. There's quite the accumulation of long side interest, so They had to buy hotels for a bunch of customers. What? $3.95p, 428 a good hold, or should I close when profitable? Mm, 3.95 is not a bad hold. That's like, I mean, not as good as like 3.96, but it's probably okay. You have till 428, so you have over 30 days. I think that's more than sufficient to play the downside, and you're within like kind of the wider range that we're trading in. So I don't see a problem with that. And you're out past SLD as well. So Jesus, this coffee's doing nothing. Wait to enter long dated Netflix bets? Yeah, I am. I'm not really in a rush to get into them. There's plenty of room to the downside. There's a little moment of opportunity earlier to enter the range I wanted to, but it moved up pretty hard today, and it could push higher, like towards 30, 40. So I'm gonna wait and see if that plays out. If it doesn't, I'll just buy puts in the lower range. I really don't care that much. But if it does push higher, then there's like a potentially a really good opportunity to get longer dated puts. But I aim for 2 to 3% a week yields. Could you give an example? Sure. So like, what are these? March 31. Well, let's say I probably wouldn't sell those. Let's say these 24s 1.0 1.11. So these are like a 4.6% yield. Like the 24s for next week. That's better than ideal. Generally, if you're worried about assignment, you want to take less risk. So you'd be targeting like 2% yields, 2-3% yields further out on the chain. Like point, yeah, 0.3 to 0.2 delta. IV's insanely low right now though. So it's not the best time to sell covered calls. Is there a reason why 4/7 expiration is not available on options for SPX? Was it like Easter or something? I have no idea. If Jimmy goes to 50, I'm buying Mance in Iverness, Scotland. If it goes down to 5, I'm buying a condo in Iverness, Florida. All right. Cat doing a thing. Yeah, starting to. Dow's held up pretty well today, actually. Say we hold this level and 0 DT calls capitulate before the puts do. Wouldn't that shift the expected trend of the week? I mean, 0 DT calls aren't really the majority of the pressure on SPX right now. Well, that was weaker than the last rejection. A little bit. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, man. Every goddamn time, Ghork. Well, this was only 1.4 contracts versus the 5.1 last time. 4/7 is Good Friday. It's a Tuesday. Oh, no, it's Friday. Okay. Holiday. Sorry, I was looking at this month. Two-year hovering at 4%. Looks like it. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, two-year note came in a little lower today. 3 point. Where did it go? Oh no, it just crossed back up. 4.0142. Looks like bond interest is still pretty high. Lessening, not as crazy as last week, but is it not possible to calculate VWAP for NDQ, or is my trading view glitching? You should be able to calculate it. There's volume on futures. Would a perfect market rise infinitely or stay the same infinitely? I think a perfect market would have slower growth over longer periods of time, but with far fewer, like an efficient market would have far fewer downside moves and significantly lower volatility. Hey, we broke up. Look at it go. Fidelity is asking to borrow my GME shares. Does anybody else get this request recently? I get it like twice a month. It's more frequent when the borrow rate's up, but yeah, they send them out pretty often. Is there a reason we're chopping in the gap range overnight, or just a coincidence? We're chopping on the underside of the gamma flip point for the day. No mention of Nvidia and Pickless picks. Are you buying puts or is it too risky? I've been buying puts. Didn't I cover it last week? I generally don't bring them up again and again and again. Jimmy 10K on Wednesday at the latest. Yeah, that's their final day for the fiscal year, right? You can lend your shares and sell CCs from IBKR, but you have to sign up for like a program that allows you to do it. Have you ever thought nobody in this chat is real and you're just sat talking to yourself all day? Frequently. Fifth test of the gamma flip bullish? Apparently not. How many tests before this picks a direction? Well, we have a little bit of momentum to the sell side here, but I don't think we're in a range where we're going to see a lot of sharp price action to the downside. And then call interest isn't particularly strong around like 39.85. It's mostly packed in at like 39.90 and 4,000. And so it's kind of hard for us to move up into that like 39.90 4,000 range, which presents a great opportunity to short the fuck out of futures and keep the market maker hedge negative. Are these repeated fails of the GME flip bearish? No, not particularly. What flip is being tested on GME? Oh, the gamma flip point. I don't really know how relevant that is on GameStop, but I can see what it's at. The gamma flip on GME is at 21.28. So I'm not sure what flip you're referencing. You're just talking about like $23. JFresh is a bot. No, he's a real human boy. What are futures looking like? Like a lot like SPX. Bro, no notification this morning. I had to search to find the live stream. Good afternoon, by the way. Huh. Oh, the shadow ban is back after a week of having super stunk in here. Fantastic. If we close today below the gamma flip point, things look a lot more bearish into the middle of the week. So you're not entirely wrong. Sorry I'm at SPX. Oh, it looks fucking flat and constantly rejected off of the gamma flip point. What's all this hoo-ha-ha about GME's 10K filing? Are you expecting anything remarkable? Not really. Hmm. Hold on. A 5 minute. Is this gonna fucking break down again? Jesus Christ. Is higher lows bullish for end of day? Feels like gamma flip will get tested again, and puts might sell off hard. We'll see. Calls could sell off in this range too, and that's obviously far worse. But at 6. Hmm. Okay. Any chance for an afternoon pick-me-up song? I kind of want to go get something to eat. This is so fucking boring. Oh, 39.8250. Smooth ape. Does your allergist know you vape? Yeah, he doesn't care. Well, I can't until the fucking SPX picks a direction. It's gonna break gamma flip while you're gone. I know. I mean, I can bring my phone with me. But I think we like double bottom at like four, like right now it looks like we're gonna double bottom at 4,000. on ES. Though I suppose this could just break up. That'd be cool. Or not. You're gonna starve. I mean, I'm not gonna starve, but it's always like I get salts and my something something is a certain kind of metal, but I haven't listened. I don't really talk about it very often because it's a stupid thing to talk about. It seems like mornings are kind of exciting, midday boring, and end of day a little more exciting. Now that I said and realized a weak pattern, it will change. Jack probably spent the whole afternoon trying to blink at people in code. I just made leftover veggie stir fry with pork shumai. Congratulations. For the people that can never find the stream, if you click the subscribe button, you can go to your subscription section, either on mobile or desktop, and find the stream in about half a second. Whoa, Fluffy. You calm down with that shill talk. I do one meal a day, so I only eat in the evening. I drink black coffee and water. Lots of health benefits of fasting. There's some studies that say not so much, but hey, volume. That's always cool. Yay, VIX below 21. It's happening. Hammer the like and ring the bell. Let's see if the 5-minute candle closes above 40.20 on ES. Ghork, stonks. Ghork, I'm bankrupt. Well, what's new? Frenzy, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. What happened to Bipolar Bear? I banned him like 5 times in a row. It was too bipolar, not enough bear. If you end up moving into your house, will you be more receptive to trying local honey as a hedge for allergies? I don't know if Long Island honey is much better than New York City honey. What happened to Moonwind? I don't know. He's probably still here and still wildly annoying. Wait, why do we want ups just for your straddle? What? I have calls. Jamie goes up if we get ups. I just did some quick math and found out if Jamie goes up, I make money. Nice, man. That's really the best way to have it. What mean if we close at the current price, but not enough volume is realized for T+2? Thanks. That would suck. I would have put position on Apple. It's not fasting that's good for us. if you look at our evolutionary history, we weren't very fucking healthy back then. Um, it's eating like whole natural foods that probably multiple times throughout the day, like a foraging type of diet, is probably very beneficial for humans. Fasting was just an effect of us not having fucking farms. And mostly, I think fasting, we probably over fasted, and lots of people starved to death. Bipolar Bear was an even worse villain than Walken. Nothing against you, Ghork, but you can only work with what you're given. Top class always, but the writers are really slacking off this season. Yeah, they're on strike. Ghork sounds like house is more of an annoyance than you like, and I'd be happy to take it off your hands in exchange for 100 genuine, serialized non-DRS GME shares. Let me know. I'll pass. First momentum over gamma flip, and we leave a gap below it. Wonderful. Well, hopefully we don't fill that gap. Hmm. Yeah, have you ever read any of the studies on like intermittent fasting and weight loss? They're not very compelling. Mostly it's just calories out less than calories in equals you lose weight. You can do that eating 20 meals a day. You can do it eating one. Your attitude today is nothing short of boiled cabbage. I'm not in a good mood. I have sinus inflammation and I didn't get a lot of sleep. What did Bipolar Bear say? I don't pay attention to the drama. It's mostly just him being a pain in the ass for like the last 6 months. And constantly blaming me for his financial woes. Like I'm somehow in charge of when he decides to sell his covered calls on GME. Also, I'm kind of tired of hearing his largely ignorant takes on the macro environment. It's okay. He'll just make new accounts and come back. It's not the first time he's been banned, I don't think. He's been shadow banned like 3 or 4 other times for people reporting his comments. Where's Kendra? I'm sure some salad tossing Kofis would help. I don't know, maybe he's off today. I can't go to bed. I have like positions I'm trying to manage. I'm trying to sell CSPs on regional banks. I hear Lenixis has a really good cure for sinus inflammation. Catch the next flight to Cyprus. Man, I can get cocaine like in 20 minutes. Why would I fly to Cyprus for it? You think his cocaine's better? Do they mix it with meth there? Fasting benefits based on rat studies show fasting rats live 3 times longer. Follow-up fasting studies on chimps showed fewer chronic diseases, but no life extending, just prettier corpses. Fasting in humans can lead to weight gain when fasting stops. So, if intermittent fasting isn't a permanent part of your diet, um, then when you stop intermittent fasting, you're more likely to gain weight at a faster rate. The human body likes to store energy. It's very, very, very good at it. And when you take away its ability to store energy, the second it has the opportunity to store energy again, it will. It's okay, Dork. They didn't get it below the gamma flip point this time. The best diet's probably just like fish, chicken, vegetables, like leafy green vegetables or cruciferous vegetables. Um, Healthy fats. Healthy fats and white meats with lots and lots of vegetables and whole grains in moderation. Yeah, the Mediterranean diet. Well, the Mediterranean diet just kind of covers all that basis pretty easily, right? So McDonald's with an added tomato slice. I don't really eat a lot of meat, and I don't eat very many processed foods. I actually don't eat often. I don't eat very often either. Um, I snack on crap, because I'm working all the time and I have to eat something, and that's probably my downfall. When I eat, I usually eat pretty healthily. Like I know the meme with the ice cream sandwiches, but I eat one of those like maybe once a month, if that. And I'm not like a huge fan of sugar. I just don't exercise at all. Like I mean at all. Like I sit here 8 to 16 hours a day most days, and then like go to bed, and then wake up and do the same thing again. You should move more. I know. I should probably get up and walk around like every like 30 minutes too. But I don't. I've gotten a standing desk, but I don't stand up. You do wiggle your legs like crazy. Yeah. It's trying, Dork. It's trying so hard. Do not underestimate leg wiggling calorie burning. You should join a yoga class, just a stretching one. Best thing for computer chair posture. Hmm. I don't know. Before I started streaming, I was way more active. I'm gonna blame you guys. If Bipolar Bear can blame me for his covered call selling, I'm gonna blame you guys for my lack of exercise over the last 2 years. How could you do this to me? Literally slept in and wake up still a clown market that hasn't filled the downside gap. Things to keep in mind: if holding a stock that could reverse split, say like Fubo, good to hold off writing cover calls for a while. Good to sell them if when a run occurs. Yeah. I don't know when he sold CCs. I don't care either. Something that helps me so much is morning movement. Just wake up and walk for 20 to 30 minutes, helps blood flow, circulation, etc. Nice. Thanks, Sloppy Poppy. It did close the gap by a penny. Yeah, that did. I think he's talking about the other downside gap. Oh, this isn't the time to focus on a slower trading style, Stefan. We're in a volatile bear market. Interesting, Mike Buds. Something that helps me with movement is having 2 kids. Oh, yeah, that would probably help you. You'll still die sooner than me, but you'll be more fit when you do. Because the stress. Oh, fat fucking chance of what today? 4,000? Honestly, in disbelief looking at how cheap Upstart 2025 leaps are. Yeah, they're pretty cheap. I want to find fitness Ghork, like a guy who yells at his stream all day for not knowing how to get pumped, then bans people who blame him for getting injuries, trying to follow his sick routine. Intermittent fast is good. Intermittent employment bad. Ghork, what do? Find more gainful employment? Apparently, according to the Fed, everyone's hiring. There's 5 jobs out there with your name on it. What character did you roll in D4? I 25'd a sorcerer, a necromancer, and a druid. Yeah, I'll probably play the whole game. I like it. According to the Fed, everyone is hiring. Subtext at low wages, so can't fill demand. Yep. You think BTC might test 40k before or 30k before failing for good? Hmm. I don't know. It kind of got rejected from the level I was anticipating. Let me take a look. I have like a I think if it breaks down back through 25 again, then no. But if it finds some support at like 25, then it's got a decent chance of testing like the 32 level. Like 31 700 to 32 32 350. How did you 25 so many so fast? I've been playing Druid since yesterday and I'm only 18. I don't know. I played Diablo 3 a lot, so I'm like pretty good at leveling characters really fast. Druid's a bitch to level. You have to use the right build. If you want, I'll tell you what to put on him so you can level faster. I'm gonna do 4 necros in the time it takes to do 1 druid. Yeah. For being so massive, Coral swung that axe like a bitch. Bro, the 2-year bussin'. Bullish? Ish. Yeah, I know. I saw it. The auction closed at like 3.9 and it's already moved up significantly. I played Diablo 2, yeah, a long time ago. How's the 2-year rising bullish? That's bullish for my puts. I mean, at least no one's dumping money into bonds today, right? That's kind of how. Mueller exercises? Okay. Just DM me that. The other guy, too. How do you feel about the 3 month, and do you prefer ETF or trying to buy directly? I just buy directly. Am I regarded if I buy TBIL? I mean, I have TBT and TLT long positions, but I'm accruing them very slowly. DM me muscular guy pics. Thanks, Brett. I know you will. I've been playing since D1. I used to go into the wave files and replace the speech with funny stuff. Nice. Do you think we could close around 39.95 or has chance break 4,000? I still don't think like 40.10 is out of the question today. I mean, if momentum continues to pick up to the upside here, uh, we could see quite a lot of price improvement pretty quickly. I don't think a retest of futures on 40.30 is out of the question at all. Right now, momentum's already carrying us back above like the 40.17 resistance. So there's a little bit of a struggle to keep the price suppressed, but the sell-offs aren't nearly as dramatic as they were earlier. And so I think the puts that needed to close have closed, or the calls that needed entered are now in place. So we're likely to see more consistent movement into the end of the day, I think, as I think confidence in the price improvement will stabilize. Certainty will return to the trend. You ever check out UEC? Was that the miner? Yeah, I did. I think it might take them too long to spin up operations. Um, they might be a better play once there's some improvement. I think of the right one. Uh, yeah, I think there might be some improvement. Once uranium prices are already up. Right now most of my positioning is targeting the move up in uranium prices. Um, but UEC might see improvement once uranium prices hold a stronger price for a period of time. So that might be like an even longer play. 25 end of day for GME. I mean, if the market keeps moving up, yeah, it's gonna apply pressure. We got a ways to go. I think we need a pretty violent move here on SPX, maybe up to like above 4,000 again for GME to see any like significant improvement. VIX is driving down though, which is a good sign if we're expecting upside. Did you play D3 at all? It felt dumbed down compared to D2. I'm wondering if D4 is the same. I played D3 a lot. I would argue that it was not nearly as dumbed down as D2. Um, I disagree with the idea that like build should be skill set based because I think it takes away the motivation to play the game. I think mostly the people who prefer that don't want to spend the time getting the items, and so they end up like they want any item to be able to be usable in their build, as opposed to having to like farm the meta items every season. But D4 is seasonal, so I expect it'll be very much like D3's later iterations. Diablo 3 when it first came out was actual fucking garbage. But so was Diablo 2. I have hold on. Interesting. An update on Spy 385 for May 19. Seems like the circus can keep going until next earnings season. It might. This was something that we discussed was possible. Um, I'm hoping that a continued rising trend in PCE will set the stage for more downside before like the middle of April. It also bleeding into April SLD. So yeah, I think there's still potential for the 385 range or 3850 range. 3800 I don't have a lot of confidence in, probably until we start to hit quarter one's earnings season. Although, the liquidity contagion could become more pronounced in that period of time, and we may see, unexpected things continue to happen, right? I mean, the Fed did just continue to raise rates, right? I have Ura and SRF. Those are my two. So I have SRUUF. I forget what the Canadian ticker is. And I have Ura. Ura has some minor exposure. Not a ton, but those are the two positions I have. I I have thought about getting Kazakh prom, but I don't know. Their supply, like their output's been dwindling. It doesn't look promising, and as long as like the war is still continuing in Ukraine, they're probably more of a reason for a supply chain disruption than they are going to be the ones to stabilize the supply chain disruption. The no debt is what's hot for me, even after uranium. I mean, they'd probably accrue a lot of debt ramping up production. I'm just selling monthly CSPs on UEC at 2.5 nets, like 2.5% monthly return till assignment. IDT, it will take as long to spin up operations with Rio having a large stake. I don't think it will take as long. I mean, I don't think uranium's like easy to mine. I think that's one of the problems is like with the current supply chain is that it's quite difficult to get a uranium mining operation up and running. Although I guess the country that it's in can make a pretty significant difference with regulations. I started seeing articles discussing how forward guidance from last earnings round is likely way too optimistic. Oh yeah, it is. Big time. I feel like it has nice steady income selling calls. It's not too exuberant, but it has its moments. I mean, sure, you could. I haven't really taken a look at their options chain. I'm just not very interested in owning the company right now. I actually liked D3 Auction House. It was busted, but I really enjoyed getting niche items off the market and making unusual builds. I also made real money several times and paid off my $60 purchase. Yeah, the auction house was pretty cool, but the rest of the game absolutely sucked. Like I had a lot of fun with the auction house too, but you like couldn't play the late game in the early part of Diablo. like Diablo 3. I like that we spent a year getting NATO organized, but now I want Joe to bring the hammer down. Not likely. I made 3K in Diablo 2 way back in 1999 selling a glitched item and account. I do kind of miss the ambition that was the auction house, but I see why it couldn't be yet. I mean, that's kind of the, like, what NFT, the dream for NFTs is, right? Is that you would have a game like that where, like, you know, if you were ambitiously farming items, you would be able to sell them to people who don't want to take as much time playing the game, right? I still think we're very far away from any kind of implementation of that. Short note to say I appreciate your patience and desire to educate. I undrs my GME shares last May with a cost basis of 46. As of today, cost basis is now under 30. Slowly figuring it out. That's fucking awesome, man. Congratulations. That's really cool. Seriously. So a job? I mean, what do you think guys that like stream games are just having fun? Like all the big gaming streamers? They're not. That's a fucking they've turned their passion into probably more work than they ever expected. I know because the opportunity for me to do more work on this stream is always there and I don't take it because I absolutely don't care about it that much. But for those guys, they definitely do and it's probably like a 24/7 job. Yeah, School of Stock was when I got way too ambitious with the whole thing. That's so unlike you. What? School of Stock? Well, I wanted a place that would have easy explanations so I wouldn't have to answer questions. And then I realized I hated making videos. I realized it really, really quickly. Thanks, hang tight. It's like pulling teeth sometimes. I know. Your rants and clips are the best educational items. Maybe. I'm starting to think we're not going to see any GME T+2 action today. I mean, we're not seeing any significant covering today. That should probably be noted. Fuck, right back down to the gamma flip point, huh? That was it? That's all you had in you? Pathetic. Options positioning looking like. Ooh, 4,000 interest has picked up quite a bit. 39.90 and 39.80 are more positively skewed than they were previously. But call and put options volume has dropped off over the last like 30 minutes. Net gamma on across the expiration still looks pretty bullish into tomorrow. With kind of a local peak at 4,000 and 40.30. 40.50 and 40.65 are still stacked, but 40.65 is the JPM color, and 40.50 might just be sold. So I still think the upper range still looks closer to like 40.30. Although continuous failures of the gamma flip point here are not going to lead to a lot of price improvement. Is Bernie Madoff in charge of the SPX ticker or something? The difference in your tone of voice between here and School of Stock is wild. A true masterclass display of the corporate workplace tone of voice versus keeping it real. Huh. I was just explaining a thing. I didn't think it was. Is it really that different? Is God, that half a day of Jimmy action was so nice. Well, it looks like it may be gone now. Jesus fucking Christ. How many times are we going to fall below the gamma flip point? Finding support here, though, actually wouldn't be so bad. If we found support here. Which it kind of doesn't look like we're doing. I think if we do, it's going to be pretty sudden. Yeah, this would be interesting. Like a bounce here. Oh, okay. Maybe. Hello, futures bulls. We found you. You're weak. I have some calls for tomorrow too. I have some for today also. I kind of just forgot to set a stop on these. But I probably should have had a stop set when they went profitable back here. They weren't profitable for very long. Huh. What do you think is going on with Jimmy? Well, it's still It's still pretty illiquid. Today's price action isn't really leading to any resolution of that liquidity. We have a higher low today than last Friday, but I'm not seeing any blow off of obligations. Well, that sucks. Hmm. 2 o'clock now? Fucking VIX back above 21. Jesus Christ. Could it be that 39.65 is the range they're targeting for delta neutral positioning? I don't think so. There's not a lot of positioning around 39.65 right now. 39.50 maybe. And they could be. But the gamma flip point's really trending up. There's a lot of call buying right now. Calls are still cheap. Selling CCs just above DN be considered safe. Thank you. On GME, it's not safe. You're selling in the money cover calls. I mean, selling in the money cover calls is never safe. That's safer, sure, a little bit. On your short dated positioning, 0 to 5 DT, do you hold them overnight if the thesis is still there? Or would you close and reopen in the morning? Also, partially asking because I don't know when theta decay kicks in. I mean, theta decay is constant, but I probably wouldn't hold them overnight on like a 1 DT. 5 DT, maybe. 3 to 5, the chance of me holding it overnight is increased if I think that range is still possible. But 0 or 1, I mean, obviously 0 you can't hold overnight, but 1 DT, probably not. I have puts at 39.70, calls at 39.90. So of course we'll be stuck at 39.80 for a while. What makes, I mean, yeah, it's partially because you're just like not the only one in that position, right? When you say they're shorting it, is it just aligned banks? Yeah, similar interest. If you're talking about Jimmy specifically, mostly volatility shorts, some long shorts. Some of the volatility shorts are also long shorts. And you can look at GME's IV chart over the last week, and the effects of volatility shorting are very obvious. Can we rename long shorts to capris? Huh. It's the ultimate calf wear. Dork, I need you to buy like $2.5 billion worth of ES. In the money, ideally. 3 would be okay, also. If I could make a cup of coffee, will my entire report, including the cash reserve, go straight to 0? Sometimes. Let me just hit up the Wendy's dumpster for a few minutes. Just get a job as a flight attendant on one of Elon's planes. If nothing, are you holding your calls? I don't know. I'm gonna see how the rest of the day goes. Jimmy's in a better position now than it was earlier. If the market does recover in this range and a rally is possible, it could pressure GME higher. If GME moves above Gamma Max into close today, well, we actually don't know where Gamma Max today is. But if we close out the day at 2450-ish, that's a lot of pressure on those sold call positions, like the naked short calls. And if that's the case, I don't know, maybe we still haven't realized the full extent of the liquidity yet. We've realized enough that it's sketchy, right? But GME is also not dropping rapidly. So it's still kind of exciting. And there's definitely volatility shorts, right? Because we can see the sold calls flooding in the IV crush out. Are you playing Activision? No. Are you trying to replace CERN in your life? Are 3080 June and April puts gonna make money, you think? June and April? Didn't they already? When did you buy them? Did you buy them today? They'll probably, if you bought them today, they'll probably lose money before they make money. All the 4000C holders are thinking the same thing I am. I swear to God, if this piece of shit doesn't retest 4000, I'm gonna complain about it so much. I don't even want it to test 4000. I'm okay with it testing 4000 tomorrow. I just want it to test 39,991. Ghork about to make 100K on those $30 calls. Probably not. I don't know. SPX is giving rip into close vibes. I still don't want to buy calls. That's fair. I already had to buy some shorter dated calls because I had to protect the upside bounces as I pulled out of the straddle from last week. And so I'm still sitting on them because I could still realize profit. If not, I'm probably gonna straddle 3980 going into tonight. Like if we don't get any good decent upside realization here. That was a much easier break of the gamma flip point. Now let's see if we can break the upside one. The long-term gamma flip point's around like 3987, I believe. So it's like right up here. Can you tell Cosm to go back to $25 this week? No? Are you still holding bags on that? Isn't I thought all the FTDs got blown off, and it was like that first day. Didn't they do a share offering like the next day? That was a that was not a long-lived play. Dork, I'm gonna walk you through something, and you tell me erect or flaccid. Okay, this is a game we're gonna play. 60-40. What? No, god damn it. Let me finish the thing. Yeah, too early. Okay, so 3 to 6 month treasuries at a 60-40 split, right? Then margined into CSPs on regional banks at a 5% per month yield that provide a 7% yearly dividend. Talk to me. He premajaculated? Erect? Cool. Bro, you can't just be throwing my strat out there like that. It's my strat, you son of a bitch. Also, we're probably looking at different banks because the data could be so widely interpreted. Sounds like a good way to stop some banks from dying. Why? I'm not going to deposit my money with them. Have the treasuries at 5% to at me. You should have waited for the rate increase. Did I tell you that CSPs on FRC are free money right now? Ivy is insane. Yeah, I know. Except I don't want to own FRC. When is T+2 considered dead? I mean, today's the final day to see any resolution for T+2, unless they fail on the position, in which case then they have 2 more days. That's how that works. That you know, like how APs have T+3+2, right? And MMs have, you know, we always consider T+2 because MMs don't take risk, but they actually have that. So you end up with like T4 and T5 are the total time periods, right? The only time I've ever seen MMs do this was like back between like Jan through March of 21. At least on GME. Every other time T+2 settlement has happened within T+2. With very, very, very few outliers. And all of them, you know, back when volatility and call buying were insane and the risk on GME was massive. I know you said I'll first lose money before I make money on my puts, but can you take that back, please? And also crash the market, please. I neither want the market to crash right now, nor
do I want it to stop going up on the intraday? I also have puts that are losing money, but I have calls that'll make money for today and tomorrow. 1 second. I don't know why I still have to explain T+2. Like, people can't fucking count. Didn't I write a DD on that? Like, months and months ago? Like, standard settlement periods for market makers and authorized participants. Here's the deal. If you're not certain, don't fucking play it. T1 is options, like cash settlement. I think that's the only thing that's on T1. Here's a better way to look at it. They will do everything in their power to not pay you. And within the confines of the allowable settlement periods, they can do a lot. A market maker can fail on T+2, right? And then on the +1, they can use ETF liquidity because they're also an authorized participant, and then extend their settlement out another T3, which they can then also fail, giving them another T2. I know, holy shit. It's almost like liquidity can be moved from one market to another. Now, they're less, like, the further down the chain that goes, the less statistical likelihood of it happening, right? Because the more risk they have to take in order to facilitate that. But they will net off everything they feasibly fucking can in order not to run GME's price into their giant fat stack of naked calls. And they'll do it with billions and billions of dollars at their disposal on a stock that's not even worth 7 billion in total market cap. Hundreds of billions versus 7 billion and some retail investors that like to hide their shares from people. It's almost like trading desks get bonuses for being able to make transactions that have minimal effect on the underlying price. Shh, dork. Come on. You'll scare the people away from the markets. They're not paying us to not pay us. Exactly. GME going up at all after it ran up last week is like 40% is just icing on the proverbial cupcake. You know, anybody who didn't make money on earnings assume that you probably won't make much more money, right? This entire fucking play with GME over the last 2 years has been a constant repositioning of people in order to capture gains they've already missed. Stop that shit. You don't see me over here sitting on massive stacks of GME calls. I fucking closed them after it ran. I threw some play money at $30 calls in case it ran again, and then kept the rest of my fucking profits. Your dreams are literal memes. I already said that by the end of today, I'm going to start selling covered calls. No, I'll sell them out of the money. I'll be risk averse. You know, I'll give them plenty of theta. I did put some of the profits into NVIDIA puts. I just like buying NVIDIA puts, okay? It's my money. I can do what I want with it. $39,991 back on the menu. And we'll see. How's Nvidia doing? It's been relatively flat over the last few days. It's still volatile, but it hasn't been breaking its upside potential very much. Although it could in the early part of this week. I think Gamma Max is kind of starting to level out around 285. The sold call interest is picking up, as is put interest, so it's getting a little bit more volatile the downside, and gamma neutral's still rising. So hopefully, you know, when the market's ready to break down, Nvidia will be well positioned for one. Good thing I have May, June's, and September. Yeah. I'm not overly happy with my May positions, but they're there, and I've averaged them down. But I like the June, September, and January positions on it. About September 150p is like a true pour. Nice. Go work your ass off by learning to earn percent gains each week, and then those wins become more significant as the account grows. Start with humble beginnings. Yeah, it takes a long time and a lot of patience to build up a solid portfolio. Would you ever do long form podcasts like content on your channel? I don't know. What does that involve? That sounds difficult. Do people listen to podcasts? Why? I sold 24cc 30 DTE the day after earnings for 3.55, made 25K in premium. They're up 50%. Do people just not like money? It's a good question. What strikes do you have for June? Like 210, 200? No, 180 through 160. I just picked those up last week on the test of Gamma Max. Hot Tub Stream kind of like a podcast? Okay. Like me, Dork, and JFresh just shooting the shit. Well, June's a leap expiration, so why July?
What's your AMD position look like? Kind of dog shit. I bought some puts last week that aren't in the worst place, but I need to average down some of the longer dated ones still. I've been a little bit more patient in averaging them down than I have with Nvidia, but and I still have 55s sold for Jan 2024. So I'll probably pick up more AMD puts. Maybe before PCE. The whole sector is starting to look a little more bearish, so I'm thinking, yeah, maybe before PCE I'll get another good opportunity for cheaper puts, and that'll give me a chance to average some of the less well performing ones down, and maybe enter some closer to the money as well. Podcast of you describing some of your greatest trades as you change your positioning and what the price was doing at the time would be gold, but hilarious with no visual. That'd be really weird without being able to see it, right? Ooh, there it is. Aha. All right, cool. I'll leave for the last one as a runner. Ugh. I head to Vegas this weekend to celebrate someone's birthday. I think I'll take all my gains in the week and put it all on red fives. Huh. That sounds awful. Holy shit, if SPX hits 4,005 today, will my Jamie $30 calls be worth 24 cents? Left another gap at 39.86. Yeah, but it's like a 7-cent gap. I don't think we need to fill that right now. I doubt there'll be a push to fill it. You know, there's an upside gap out here. Where is it? Up here at 40.80. That's like $8. That's 40.81 to 89. But Ghork, why you make money and I don't? I don't know. Probably because between all of the gambling, I also just sell covered calls on lots and lots and lots of long-term holdings. Picked up some longer dated Google puts this morning before the dip. Nice. I didn't catch up with the entire member stream from yesterday. Did I understand right that you guys think now the market would tank from either bad earnings or continued bad economic data? I think that the economic situation, the macro situation, is only going to get worse. The Fed is still going to do another rate increase. Futures are still pricing in rate cuts by the end of the year. So both bad earnings and continued bad economic data, you know,
obviously rate increases are going to continue to have an effect on the margins of large corporations and restrict the availability of funding, which is going to slow growth. That, and combine that with the fact that MBS are now at risk, and as unemployment rises, even more at risk, and the housing market devalues. We already know treasuries have a liquidity risk, although backstopped by the Fed, maybe not sufficiently, right? Especially not if rates continue to rise. And I think the Fed has made it pretty clear that they're going to address inflation first and foremost, come what may. Does Vegas allow negative gains to be placed as bets? Are you working any options with Fubo at the moment? No. I had some $1 synthetic longs briefly that I got into when it fell below $1, and then I got out of those at $1.20. There wasn't great profit, but I bought a little bit more Fubo because I got assigned on some CCs in the last run back in January. And so I took some I took the opportunity to buy back some of those shares while it's trading at such a low price. Damn, I could just buy these back. Guess I could wait. Hmm. Is Jamie Ivy going up a little bit here? Kind of feels like it is. Interesting. Jimmy, active fund pressure. Well, just because you're not seeing the realization of pressure doesn't mean it's not there. I think. Well, no. Now it's gone again. For a second there, my $30 calls had moved up slightly. We plan to hold your 4,000 C overnight or sell them at the end of the day. I'm probably going to put a stop on them right now. I don't particularly like the idea of bag holding them into tomorrow. I can put a moderately wide stop on them though. Let me see how this looks. Yes. Very slow recovery, but persistent. I'll probably hold them into the end of today. But more than likely not holding them overnight. Yeah, probably not overnight. I only have like a few of them. I don't have very many. I have some 331 4000s too, but those I might just straddle against. I guess it'll depend where we move into the end of today. We've still got a little over an hour left. I think if we move up and they go in the money, I'll probably like hedge against them overnight, and then yeah, I'll just straddle against them overnight. But the one DTs I'm probably not going to carry. It's pretty risky. They'll also lose like $2 a contract overnight, 2 or 3. Was there some sort of type of IV crush on Nvidia today? I lost a lot of value on my puts. I bought them last week, expiring 441. There were a lot of. It looked like there were a lot of sold calls on Nvidia last Friday, so IV might be getting shorted a little bit. If obligations are truly resolved for whatever reason, why have we not dropped on GME yet? That's why I don't think they are. It's a large part of why I don't think they are. Obviously, also the liquidity data is not. We're not becoming more illiquid. So we're seeing covering, right? We're seeing the cost to borrow go down slowly each day. So there is some covering of the obligations created into the run up, but not all of them. And all that internalized order flow still needs to hit the tape. So if obviously the more time they have to net it out, the less will hit, less and less will hit the tape. But yeah, I think that we haven't seen a complete resolution yet. That doesn't mean that the resolution is going to be volatile or give us a ton of upside. It could. Um, like if we see the closure of the $25 short calls, that could generate a significant amount of price improvement. Yeah, I kind of just want to sell these. Fuck, I do not trust this at all. Is this gonna break up? This is okay, so I should at least set a stop here because this is super fucking risky. Thoughts on holding GME weeklies until end of day Friday to maximize both your exposure window to the stock and to ensure you max out your tax deduction opportunities with the position. I I assume you're being sarcastic, right? I swear to God, Nvidia is destroying me. It's a dangerous game to play against Jensen and his artificial intelligence and his large language models. You know, if Nvidia's rallying, you can always buy short dated calls, and then when those print, you can sell them, and then use them to buy even more puts. That's what I've been doing, and woefully, I think I've almost made more money on the call side of Nvidia than the short side. But one day, it will fail. I've definitely down on Nvidia today. My 70 April put is down 5%, even with a 0.5% move down. Hmm. Interesting. But it's probably going to pump with the market, so IV might go back up again. Try not to buy your puts on IV spikes. Probably a good idea. Nvidia calls are very expensive. Oh, are they? Well, mm, hmm. Ooh, big scary sell off. Huh. Market's going to pump again. Once we start doing that, it will crash. I mean, I just like wait to see if it bounces on resistance and then buy like at the money calls and then sell them when the market stops going up. When do I buy my long dated position and cat is up 25% in one day? What do I do when my long dated position is cat is up 25% in a day? I mean, you can hold it because it's nowhere near the price target, or you can sell it and capture profits. It's up to you. Both of those are pretty good options. Is it harder not to just keep buying more longer dated SPX puts when VIX is sub 21? I want to see VIX sub 20 this week before I buy more long dated SPX puts.
Understanding your daily DD chart correctly, that effectively every other day will slightly oscillate up or down until PCE data. Well, I kind of think like the way this is going to go is that, since we got rejected this morning, I think we'll oscillate up, down into like the mid afternoon for tomorrow. And then there's a little more upside Wednesday, right? And then as we move into Thursday and Friday, we'll start to level out in that range around 4,000 as neutral positioning is built up into the PCE print. And longer dated put positioning will come in, when the VIX is 20, sub 20. If we'd opened up today, I would have expected us to come down into the 4,000 range. So I guess I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to like visually lay out intended price action, but so a rejection this morning like this. Right? A breakout this morning, I would have expected us to test, here or maybe the outer range. They can't stop me out, Ghork. I don't care about my money. I really depending on what the other pizza toppings are. Pepperoni cooked under the cheese versus on top is superior? Oh, never. It does make you a horrible person. It's all about getting the pepperoni to form a tiny spicy cup full of pepperoni grease. Do you have a NVIDIA price target for mid-May? I'd like to see it fall back into the 200 range. Yeah, I'll just put this there. $40.80 on futures is the top range I expect to see. So if here, we got to the 1 hour on the futures, I'll show you guys. So there's a pretty important test to the upside here on futures where the standard deviation meets the long-term downtrend and the local like bear flag resistance. This test, which could fail down here on the underside of the October trend, but that test right there, I think is very important. And the realization of that would bring us fairly close to the collar. So I think that's pretty important. And I think a lot of the positioning in the options chain points to us either testing here or here and failing.
And that's like 40, 30, 40, 50 on SPX. This is ES. But I think if we do test that high, we're going to see a huge influx of like 4,000 puts again. Yeah, I mean, with the Fed moving forward with 0.25 and the current positioning on the options chain, I don't know if the JPM future sell off is going to be sufficient to like drive prices down to like 38.50 by the end of the quarter. Maybe. But we'd have to hit some pretty bad PCE data, and the market looks like it's getting ready to position neutrally against that. I think the PCE data will have a big impact one way or another. But I don't know if all of that, like, I don't know if we'd have time to realize all of that on Friday. If we'd kept dropping after the Fed meeting and the downtrend had continued, I'd have more confidence in hitting those targets, but we didn't. Like no one really leveraged the downside after the like what was in place got mostly blown out, and then there no new puts really came in, right? And so that kind of stopped all of our downside momentum. And then Friday we just ground up. Today we're grinding up again, right? After revisiting some of the downside. Which is unfortunate, but sometimes you gotta just take what the market gives you. Hmm. Why do you think Jimmy isn't continuing upwards like SPX? Can you define your definition of upwards? $50 prices. Well, because Jimmy's not worth $50. SPX put capitulation into power hour. I think this is more of an effect of the price moving into the range of all those bot calls from earlier today. I don't really know how much of this is actually put capitulation. Most of the puts are pretty far dated. It could be some 0DT put capitulation. But a lot of those puts, I think, were sold at 39.50. So if PCA came in bullish, do you see SPX moving into a higher range above 4,100 into early April instead of the downside? Of course, the new JPM collar can give some insight as well. The JPM collar is rolled a specific distance from the spot. There's some variation in that, but not a lot. So it doesn't actually give you any insight into anything. It's simply just rolled to a preset strike level based on the current spot price of SPX. Yes, bullish PCE could see prices rise higher.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
I can't figure out for the life of me what's so important about this 2350 range. Oh, Upstart slide below Vega neutral today? Ooh, it's very close. Glad I moved my stop up. That shit got fucking hammered. The Nasdaq's still really underperforming. $25 seems way more significant based on the short call positioning. That's on Carvana. I mean, as a company, like long term, I don't like them. I think they have a terrible business model and obscene amounts of debt. If you're talking about picking some up to play a potential bounce, ew. That's a good one, Dork. Right? I'm so glad I fucking got stopped out of my calls.
Nice, Greedy. What happened to Veru? I don't know. I haven't played it in forever. If you were to cook me, what would be the best temp? Roast me hard, Pizza Daddy. Like 550, 600. Well, yeah, like 600. I mean, it's power hour. Fuck you for buying a call right after I bought puts. I literally haven't lost money in the last 2 weeks, but now I'm a pattern day trader and didn't make enough to cover that. So sounds like someone's opening a new brokerage account. Maybe they just want to get Jimmy down a little before Cenas. Usually, actually, back when we used to have impactful end of day settlements, then yeah, that was always cool. They used to short it into the 310 time period. We don't really have those anymore because we don't really have FTDs anymore. So it's been a long time since we've had a Cenas that meant something. Jimmy 25 or 22 first? Ah, find out. I got $2,400 worth of calls burning a hole in my port, so. April 21 Jimmy calls worthless due to our recent run up? What do you mean? Thanks, Ben. Guys, give Ben a huge shout out and welcome to Cornishon. Somehow Dork got one. Thank you so much, Ben. I appreciate it, man. Don't do it, Dork. He's making porn. Intraday cup and handle? Whatever you want to call it, man. It's Cenas time. I don't know, Tankerific. You're unlucky? Any runs tomorrow on GME? Well, no run today. So I'm going to be honest. I don't like the potential for a run tomorrow very much. But the price is staying elevated, which is curious. How high can cat go today? I don't know. It kind of already passed 217.50. I guess it could go up more if the indexes continue to trend upwards. I doubt it hits 220 today. God, I love Caterpillar. Have you bought puts on GME yet? No. You're buying more SPX puts here with low VIX. I will when VIX gets lower. Much theta for GME protective puts? Usually a lot because you have to offset the cost of implied volatility, but IV's not very high right now, so I guess you could get away with less if GME were to drop anytime soon, although the price is remaining relatively stable. Huh. Gonna bounce now? Future's just a little bit below 40.20.
If this bounces here, does it just get crazy bullish? Because that'd be fucking awesome. Interesting. Let's say you found the woman of your dreams, but her one negative quality is she talks loudly on the phone in public. Do you stay with her? Yeah, probably. I feel like that wouldn't bother me very much. I also talk loudly and rudely in public and notice myself doing it very little. So, yesterday I was in line at a grocery store and um I was on the phone with my buddy and I called him a slimy cunt. Um and I didn't realize that there were two children in a shopping cart in front of me in line. The look I got from that mother, boy, if looks could kill, you know? She was not happy. Well, I explained it. I was like, he's really being a slimy cunt. She liked that even less. I don't get it. I grew up in New York City and I don't remember anybody being particularly polite around me. Give the kids pigeon whale for free. Actually, she had great hair. I noticed it while I was on the phone. Very well done highlights. But isn't it worse as a parent to like draw attention to stuff like that? Because then your kids are more likely to repeat it, right? April SLD will be the week of 417, and then OPEX is 424. My birthday is on 425. Can we get an epic run for my birthday, do you think? Probably not. Well, I sort of apologized. I told her that, you know, my friend was in fact being a slimy cunt. So my claims were not baseless. I figured that by reaffirming what I had said, she would understand that it was important that it was said. SEX is testing the upline thingy. I think it's been on since Friday. You mean October? If your kids know what those words mean, it's not your fault. Okay, nice. Thanks for lifting the weight of guilt off of me. Whew. Now I can get on with my week. Damn it, Ghork, I'm being short-term because I've noticed as you've accumulated slightly more money, that you've gotten more and more sensitive to intraday candles. And I think it's a beautiful development. I love how Ghork, like 2 months ago, was just like, yeah, man, I'm gonna get some slightly out of the money 2-year leaps on CMBS and just, you know, kind of see what returns that brings. And now he's like, all right, man, I'm going full port into 3980 Cs on any cross of 3965. The evolution is so rapid from, you know, one of the most conservative investors I've ever met in our Discord to full degenerate. Now every time Vix like ticks down, Ghork's like fucking throwing shit around his house. Has Jimmy stayed this close to Gamma Max for this long before? No. To be fair, the rejections today were pretty insane. They were. But as someone who didn't set stop losses until he was profitable, they didn't affect me emotionally. Hey, Greg, I just got back from a 4-mile hike. It doesn't look like anything too exciting has happened. Well, the market went down and then back up almost in equivalent periods of time. As rapidly as it dropped, it is rising. If we're real lucky, we'll close the day roughly around where we opened it. Whoa, look at me. I'm so rich. I play out the money because I can do more than 2 trades. uh, it's okay. You're going to get there real quick, Torque. You're actually doing all the right things. There's always tomorrow for the calls that didn't print today and expired. I'm good at that. I still need to pick up the put side of this straddle. I really don't like the range we're in. I'm not gonna lie. I'd much rather straddle 3980. I just want unlimited settled cash. Is that so much to ask? Yeah, but then you're gonna have to deal with PDT restrictions. It's not worth it.
Is mayonnaise a marginable asset? No, but I can't believe it's not butter is. Likely better put entries on SPX tomorrow. For long dated puts, yeah. I mean, it looks like VIX is gonna probably drop below 20 at some point this week. Can I call Sim like bad hedge for SPX puts? Yeah. Or just their own deal. It's still so good to be here, Ghork. However, I'm curious as to why you thought we would have ever touched 40-30 today, and why we all know we're going straight down tomorrow because bulls be bitches. Oh, Jesus Christ, Walken. You know, I banned Bipolar Bear today, although he'll be back. I can ban you too. Are we seeing what JFresh was hoping to see? Large caps stagnating. We want to see this all week and then big downs. Ideally. Yeah, that would be perfect. Just core PCE. Hear me out. Hear me out. Here's the dream. Core PCE 0.8. Right? Oh man, it's been a long time since we halted into close. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. No, don't wink at me. Man, that's prejudice. I know no walking. I think you need to look up the definition of prejudice. More likely to dump into close, I think. No, not really. I think there's a good chance we trade flat, but I still really don't want to straddle 39.90. So I'm hoping something happens to drag us either to 4,000 or 39.80. Both of those ranges seem preferable. As we approach the end of quarter one, have you thought about SPX targets for quarter two? I have. I don't know if the market would crash in quarter two. I expect guidance to be really bad. SPX to 3,400. 32. Maybe I'll do my chart tonight for like the long term trend. All this volatility has got me way over focused on the short term trades. So yeah. I'll take a look. Someone gonna sell me one of these? Let's say the last potential day for GME ups. Could be. Jimmy only down 60 cents. Pretty bullish, right? I mean, it's still holding this higher range. It's not great because, obviously we're not going over Gamma Max or getting any volume. But it's good in the sense that we're not really falling below the in the money call interest. Be careful with that chart. And 3 months from now, when we're trading within $1 of your mark, your head may get so big it explodes. Not possible. The fact that Jimmy is holding is pretty bullish. Yeah, it's doing all right. I think a lot of people are waiting on the GME 10K. For what? You think? I mean, I don't think institutions are waiting to buy GME at these prices at all. Uh, It'd be really cool if futures decided to test 40-40 today. Jesus Christ, I can't believe Nasdaq's down 46 points already. Are you adding NVIDIA puts or waiting for another reversal? I mean, I don't need to add puts, but if there is another reversal, I will add them. I hope Jimmy buys Bobby and then the price tanks and my puts will print super hard. Looks like people dumping them weeklies on GMA. It does. Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea. Hmm.
Wait on those. Have you sold CCs yet? I'm looking right now. $24.58. God, the IV is terrible. Ooh, I can straddle the SPX now. I actually have watched this show for way too long. I knew that was the GME CC time face. I don't want to sell too many of them, honestly. I think I'm like 250 of them. 26-ish. Come on. Buy them at the Ask Market Maker. Oh, seriously? I don't really think there's a reason to feel negative about GME this week. I don't. I just want to take the opportunity to get some out of the money covered calls in place. It could be possibly be bullish in the 10K or whatever. I think there's some doubt as to how profitability or a positive EPS was achieved. Which is, I mean, as an institution, you know, I can see them avoiding a buy-in on GameStop without that information. The trend gonna hold here? Oh, I wouldn't say it's quite dead. I just don't want to have anything open for tomorrow. NVIDIA is the worst stock ever. If stocks could trade negative, this one would. It's working on it. One step closer to gamma neutral. There's also no guidance, yeah. Yeah, they're gonna need to string together more profitable quarters. Although near-term profitability across one quarter is a good sign. They will need multiple profitable quarters. They will probably at least 2 or 3. And institutions aren't going to want to buy it. Even with 2 profitable quarters, institutions aren't going to want to buy it at $24. It's simply not worth that much money. What do you got, pigeon teeth? Nice. I like it. Where is GN on NVIDIA at the moment? I'm trying to find a good re-entry on it. 258. Hey Fluffy, how you doing, man? Can we get a small huzzah for the little stock that could rig? You know, I kind of want to buy more of it right now. Oil's having a nice day, up 5%. My Oxy CSPs are loving it. I want to buy PBR because I don't buy the political risk bullshit. I mean, there's some political risk. I don't really buy it either. I mean, I have some. It's the dividends are fucking juicy. It's just the consistency of those juicy dividends is the question, right? Thoughts on swinging puts or Jefferson speaking after market? I mean, I'm hoping this falls a little lower into the end of the day. I'd very much like to straddle 39.80. I already have the puts, but I'm waiting on a call entry. Pull up the Jamie Floor website and let's get this party started. I fucking hate that website. For DTE 4020C, gonna go in the money this week? For DTE 4020C. I mean, it's pretty decent positioning. The call side extends up to like 40-30. Today's been a rough day. I'm gonna right back at fucking the gamma flip point again. I wonder if we move up overnight with oil pumping so hard. If we open above 4,000, I think we're probably gonna see 40-30 soon. The call interest is still just accumulating up there.
Ghork, I did it. Tiny account officially blown up on 0DTs. It was stressful and sobering. I'm gonna take some time off and start doing this more responsibly. Thanks for everything. No problem, Daniel Supreme. I'll see you when you get back. We're all gonna get 420,069,420.69 per share. Sure. Thoughts on if GM stays the same or up? If it stays flat, I mean, we could still see price action into the week. If we see it drop, I'd be more concerned. And we may see it drop as weeklies that held over the weekend shed. Hear me out. What if those 4030Cs are sold? I don't think they are. I think the 4050s are. I think the 4030s are mostly long. I'm sure some of them are sold, but I don't think all of them. The interest up to that strike seems pretty targeted. Of weekly iron condors that's over 50% of max profit opened on Friday. Risk management says take them off the table, but charts suggest they'll hold till 100% max profit. What do? I mean, volatility dropped down a decent amount today. It's still relatively high, but I'd probably feel more confident with them today than I would have yesterday. Below gamma neutral is a little different. $10 till close. Yes. CES can fail to... I don't know how far out of the money you are. I guess it would depend on how wide the condor is. So, if we're negative gamma, volatility is going to pick up, which means your condor is riskier. If we're positive gamma, which we were up until a minute ago, then, you know, it's less risky because volatility is reduced. With the expected hot PCE print, could SPX drop back to 3,900 end of week? Possibly. Are you surprised we didn't move closer to the lower range of the JPM collar? No, it's just a hedge, right? Everyone was going on about that on Wall Street Bets. Like, they somehow think that, like, every quarter we close underneath JPM's puts. I don't think that's true. I'm still waiting to buy more Fubo. No, I actually bought some last week. I picked up some more because I got assigned on, oh, I don't know, like 3,000 shares, roughly. The last time I sold covered calls. So I used that, I used the opportunity to pick up some more shares and also average down a bit. How do you determine the gamma flip point? I don't know. It's not my calculation. I'm pretty sure it's like the 7 DTE gamma neutral.
Nvidia is zero. The stock is worthless. It's a bunch of dummies trading tulips. I mean, Nvidia is definitely the greater fool theory in practice, right? Eventually, they'll run out of people willing to buy it higher. Do you think the chatter about a potential reverse split for Fuba holds any weight? Uh, was that me that said that? I said they might if they fail to meet listing requirements. Right now they're meeting them, so I don't see why they would reverse split. It's over $1.14, right? I said if they stayed under $1, they could. We may see them reverse split, but I haven't seen any news about it or anything like that. So we're looking at T plus 9,000 for this last GME run up. No. I think if we haven't seen anything by Wednesday, we're going to see a serious breakdown in price. You don't have to play it. Do whatever the fuck you want. But right now, I mean, the data is showing that GME's price is going to persist in this range, at least for the time being, and it has the potential to run more. That doesn't mean it will, but it does have potential. Obviously, without great uncertainty, Nvidia looks like it's turned around, way less responsive to market ups and responsive to market downs. Yeah, I mean, it's the call side has been kind of like taking profits and closing out over the last 2 weeks, right? And more people are selling calls and taking advantage of the very high price, which means the longs are getting neutral to bearish, and then the bears are obviously coming in, which can be seen in increased put interest. Something is very important about gamma neutral right now. I'm not sure what it is, or at least the short-term gamma neutral. Like the puts aren't particularly well positioned here at the money. Is it just to maintain a higher volatility environment? Or is it just JPM actually shedding their hedge into the end of the week? Oh, my 3850Ps really, really fucking hope JPM tanks this motherfucker 300 basis points. That would be awesome. Well, it's interesting. Like generally when there's really large short positions, there's a lot of interest in keeping prices below gamma neutral or naked call positions, right? Naked calls and long puts. These are this is who's favored by these really sharp sell-offs to maintain the negative market maker gamma. But these are kind of far out of the money, and so are these. Like a lot of most of these are like 421, like 39.50, right? Which is, I mean, $25 out of the money. And then these are like 40.30 to 40.50, and also further dated, like well, 331 and 421. So is it just to keep the call ramp out of the money? I mean, it's very obvious that the price action today has been intentionally volatile to the downside, and I don't think it's all profit taking on calls. But like we've had, several, single candle, like 10 to 15 BPS drops today. And I don't think it's skittish bulls, because the bulls have some time on their like 4,000 to 4020 positions. Oh, I don't like BlackBerry very much. Maybe in a few years. Keep the calls out of the money until tomorrow? Maybe. Especially bad for Jimmy to end below 23. No, it's bad for it to close below 22.50. It's me? I'll stop. You son of a bitch. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, I mean, unfortunately, mostly fucking flat, right? Within the gap range. So really, not a lot of change in the market today overall. I mean, up 17 BPS from Friday's close, but significantly reduced volatility. VIX falling back into the $20 range. I think we'll see VIX drive lower, and that means that I have even more confidence in the small amount of call interest to the upside now between like 39.90 and 40.20, very specifically. Well, let's say 40.30, because some of those are bought as well. So this call interest looks like, obviously it's going to be advantageous for the VIX to be low for us to see prices higher than 4,000. Today, as I noted, there was a really concentrated interest in keeping gamma negative, and I'm not really sure why, because none of the maybe the Fed speech, but I can't see that much delta neutral positioning coming into like just a Fed president, like an offhand Fed president speech. It seems excessive, but it's possible. I mean, I did note before that the market's going to be leaning a lot more heavily on data points as they come in, given that uncertainty's still so high. GME, I mean, it's still relatively holding that $23 range. It looks like we bounced up a little bit here into close. Not a lot, but yeah, back to like 23.12. I'm not seeing any resolution in the liquidity that would scare me. I still think there's a chance that we see a larger amount of liquidity realization, because arbitrage is remaining negative throughout this period of time. Hold up, let me pull up the chart, because this is a better place to look at it. Yeah, and we do have a reversal here, technically, in the trend from, last week.
with a higher low realized today than on Friday. I do think we'll see some weeklies sell off, but I don't think that's going to make a big difference given the amount of calls that are still in the money, especially like the April 21 calls. Yeah, so I mean, liquidity's kind of flatlined, but it's not pulling back, right? We're not becoming more illiquid. So there's still no persistent shorting occurring. Maybe some in order to stabilize price. Like we're seeing stability, but we're not seeing shorting. And that's, very different from our usual periods of liquidity realization, where like if we look back here where, shorting comes in pretty immediately, right? And then, drives prices down more significantly. So we'll still be looking for that shift in liquidity. But I mean, frankly, tomorrow, if I see GM rise up again today, going into tomorrow and Ivy remains low, I'll probably enter a slightly further dated call position on GameStop, in order to see how the rest of this plays out. I sold a couple CCs today, like 250 contracts at 26, just out of the money. I gave them some time, like the 421 expiry. So I don't think that's going to be like, I don't think even if we do run, I don't think assignment's going to be an issue. And if we do, I'll roll them down and out. So like if they go in the money, so the reasoning behind this position, so you guys can understand the strategy. So I sell 26 for 421, or let's say 25 because it's a more common strike for 421, right? And GME's price runs up and we test 28. I can roll these down and out to $20 strikes. Either again for 421 or I could roll them out to May 19. And that way I can capture not all of this, but some of that, right? Provided there's enough liquidity to move them. Don't tell the poors our secrets. Oh, sorry. I thought they'd want to know. Anyway, yeah, we'll see what happens with the rest of the week on this, but I'm still kind of excited about GME, even though I feel like I shouldn't be. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope everyone has a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Later.